Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rob Staley, Chair of the Conservative Fund, to present the Conservative Fund Report. Mesdames et Messieurs, veuillez accueillir Rob Staley, Président du Fonds du Parti conservateur, qui présentera le rapport du Fonds conservateur.
Good morning, Leader, members of caucus, members of the party, guests, and looking around the room, those who did not attend one of the hospitality suites last evening. Under the party constitution, representative of the Conservative Fund is to provide a financial report to delegates at each national convention. It has been my privilege to serve as chair of the fund for the last 3.5 years, and on behalf of the fund and my fellow directors, I am pleased today to deliver our report. And what I want to do to start is give you a little bit of history or background to explain what has been achieved. But as you can see here, from Elections Canada, political parties' returns quarterly and annually are available going back to 2005 for quarters and for the full year to 2004. From 2005 to 2022, the most raised by a political party in 1 year was just over $30 million, which this party raised in 2019. The most raised in a non-election year was just over $24 million, which was raised by the party in 2018. In 2022, which was the year that Pierre was elected as leader in September, the party reported fundraising of just over $23 million, and I have details there on donation amounts and the number of donations. After Pierre was elected leader in September of 2022, we put in place a new fundraising team, and the team was in place as of the 2022 year end. In 2023, which was Pierre's first year as leader, we reported $35.23 million in fundraising to Elections Canada based on over 200,000 donations and an average donation of $176. And by contrast, in 2023, the Liberal Party reported less than half of that, and the NDP reported an even smaller amount of fundraising from their efforts. That's 2023. 2024, in 2024, the Conservative Party reported fundraising of $41.7 million. We received, again, over 200,000 donations with a higher average donation that year of $198. Again, the contrast there to the Liberals, which was 14.8, and we basically tripled, or close to triple the number. Not that bad, but we did a lot better than them that year. And then in the same year, the NDP reported $6.3 million from about 60,000 donations. So that's where we were through 2024. 2025, full-year fundraising reports are being reported literally, I think, today or yesterday to Elections Canada. We filed ours, I think, on Wednesday. We have, I don't know that I've seen all of the results from all the other parties, but we have some idea. But I'll tell you where we landed and talk about what we know about the other parties. The full-year fundraising for us through 3 quarters was $41.38 million. Through that same quarter, we had received 285,000 donations with a donation average of 145. The Liberal Party through Q3 had raised $23.74 million, and the NDP number there is 4.61. Our numbers, which have now been reported to Elections Canada, show that for our full year fundraising, net of benefits which were required to deduct, our full year fundraising number was $47.78 million. And this compares, again, to the numbers that preceded it, which I took you to, 23 million roughly in 2022, 35 million in 2023, and 41.75 million in 2024. And under Pierre's leadership, the party's fundraising has more than doubled from 23 million to 47 million dollars. So one of the things I just do want to highlight is there was a press release issued last week by the Liberal Party that said, it was a week ago today, that said that they had raised $29 million in all of 2025. 29 million. Wow. Congratulations. That would not make our top 5. We beat the Liberals' $29 million by 18 million. And under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, we outpaced the Liberals in every quarter of 2025. And in fact, their full year number of $29 million was $1 million more than we raised in Q1. Our top 3 fundraising years are 2025, 2024, and 2023. And I ask rhetorically, what do all of those fundraising years have in common? What they have in common is the guy who leads our party, Pierre Poilievre. So I want to now talk about something that is important to me, which is how much we spend to raise our money. And one of the things that I noticed historically was that our cost to raise a dollar was expensive. We were historically 35 cents to raise a dollar across all fundraising channels. And as chair of the fund, I have made it a priority to reduce our fundraising costs. In 2022, our cost to raise a dollar was 30 cents. That compares to the Liberals' 17 cents. In my first full year as fund chair, we reduced the cost to raise a dollar to 24 cents, which was still more than the Liberals' reported number of 19 cents. The following year, again, it was part of an effort to reduce our fundraising cost. We reduced our cost to 19 cents to raise a dollar, and that matched, based on Elections Canada filings, the cost to raise the dollar of the Liberal Party in 2024. And while the numbers are not yet reported, I can tell you that our cost to raise a dollar last year was 17 cents. So how did we do that? I'll tell you that. We were too reliant on telephone fundraising, which I personally found annoying when I got the calls. Direct mail. And I learned that the solution to avoid getting the phone calls is to make a max donation early in the year, but I give you that for what it's worth. But we were too reliant on fundraising by telephone and direct mail, which were our 2 most expensive fundraising channels. In 2022, the phones cost roughly 58 cents per dollar raised. And then in 2022, our direct mail was costing us 54 cents per dollar raised. Those numbers were just too high. So what we did was, starting in 2023, reduce the number of mail pieces we sent out, and we used data analytics to reduce the number of pieces that people received and to reduce our costs quite substantially. In 2023, we entered into a new financial arrangement with our phone vendor, and under that arrangement came into force at the end of 2023. We moved from a billing model, which was based on a per-call model, which would encourage calls, no matter how profitable they would be for the party, to a billing model in which the billing is capped based on an agreed cost per dollar. The effect of that was to reduce the number of calls, which we know everybody would appreciate, but also significantly reduced our fundraising costs without affecting our revenue in that channel. The other thing that we did is we introduced a new fundraising channel, text. Text is not inexpensive, but it has a lower cost to raise a dollar than calls. But it also allows us to acquire new numbers to call, which is useful for voter identification in an election or getting ready for an election. The two largest contributors to our revenue and to our lower cost to raise a dollar are what's done by our digital team and leader fundraisers. And I will say this because I've been to many fundraisers. The leader is our best and most important fundraiser. He has been willing to go across the country attending fundraisers. And he not only goes there, but he stays to the very end. He hears people's stories. He has a photo taken with people who want to see him. And I will be long gone in the ones I attend when he is still there meeting people and hearing them out and spending some time with them and having a photograph taken. And I have said this before, and I will say this again. He is our best and most important fundraiser, and I'm going to show you some statistics that will support that. I will also tell you that leader fundraisers are our second least expensive fundraising channel. And so the more that he is out doing fundraisers for us, the lower our overall fundraising cost to raise a dollar. We have placed, as you see here, a significant emphasis on digital, which has the lowest cost to raise a dollar and is our largest revenue channel. We have a very strong digital team that responds in real time to issues that arise. Think something that happens in the House of Commons. They pump out material immediately. And a lot of what we do here is repackage the leader's communication. So the leader will say something in the House of Commons. He will say something else. We repackage his communications. And I will tell you that fundraising requests in the name of the leader are our most successful. Here is a breakdown from 2024 to show our cost to raise a dollar by fundraising channel, and you'll see there that how important leader fundraisers were in the overall scheme of things, but those are our fundraising costs by channel. I will show you the cost for last year. The leader fundraisers did not raise as much because the leader was occupied for a portion of the year doing other things. But he was doing fundraisers really right up until the writ dropped, and then we resumed doing them in Q4 of last year. The election. We had an election last year. We spent just below the election cap. We filed our return in August, and we were the first party to file our return, and I believe we're the first party to get a rebate, which I will talk about. In every year, every election, we borrow to spend up to the limit that we're permitted to spend. We take on a $30 million facility, which we pay down, and which I will talk about the paying down in a second. And we went into the election with cash in hand, which allowed us to fully spend to the limit permitted by the Canada Elections Act. The party, in the course of the election, had two programs to assist EDAs. One saw well-financed EDAs transfer funds to the other based on a matching program. And in that program, the total of $984,000 was transferred. The second program was a loan program, which the details are set out here, where the loans are repaid from rebates that EDAs receive on account of spending in the election. And on that program, $4.5 million was loaned between EDAs to facilitate the efforts of individual EDAs to run effective campaigns. Of the $35 million roughly we spent on the election, we get back about $24.8 million back through rebates. The first rebate we received on September the 10th, which was 17.7. The second rebate is expected to be received in Q1 of this year. And the third rebate will be received early in 2027. Where for EDA rebates, where eligibility criteria are met, EDAs receive rebates equal to 60% of the candidate's paid and eligible expenses, and they are typically received in increments. The party centrally administers and remits them, and we remit them promptly. As of preparing these slides a few days ago, 166 EDAs had been fully repaid their rebates, and a further 67 had rebates partially remitted, as we had not yet received all of the funds that we're owing. Repaying the election loan. We will repay the election loan from rebates and from post-election fundraising. We've already paid down 17.7. We will pay off the balance of the loan this year. Based upon our expected fundraising, we should be able to pay off the balance of the loan in Q1 when we get the second rebate of $5.8 million from CRA. And where are we now? As in every year, fundraising in 2025 was higher than expected because it was an election year. Our budget this year anticipates that we will have fundraising comparable to 2024. I can tell you as well that based upon the returns that I have received in the information available to me on my daily updates, we are doing very well so far in early 2026. I do want to say to you that part of my responsibility as fund chair is to ensure that we have the financial resources necessary whenever an election is called. That includes if an election is called this year. And I will tell you that we have the financial resources necessary to run an election campaign in which we spend up to the limits permitted by the Canada Elections Act if an election is called this year. And I want to conclude by recognizing a few people. I want to recognize the other two members of the Conservative Fund Board, Danny Renaud and Sandra Grieve. Danny and Sandra joined me in the war room during the election, and they have served the party well. I want to recognize our fundraising staff who have done such a very good job with the results that I have been able to report. I want to recognize our Executive Director, Mike Cray, who manages the fundraising staff day to day. He is, like me, vigilant in managing costs. And finally, I want to recognize our leader, Pierre Poilievre. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. He is our best and most important fundraiser. It is his willingness to attend fundraisers, his willingness to engage with people, his willingness to basically create content for us which we can repackage. All of those things are important to us in achieving the results we have achieved. He is tireless in his efforts to elect a Conservative government, and I am confident that he will be elected to lead a Conservative government. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage your convention MCs, Mesdames et Messieurs, veuillez accueillir les maîtres de cérémonie du Congrès, Stephanie Kuzi et Pierre Poilievre.
Thank you, Rob, for sharing that good news with us. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another beautiful day here in Calgary. It's great to see so many Conservatives gathered, energized, and ready to continue the important work of this convention. This morning, we'll hear from three Conservative voices who each bring a unique perspective and a shared commitment to the principles that unite us.
Ensemble, ils amènent leur expérience du Parlement. Together, they bring experience from Parliament, the legislature, and the legal profession. And they have all been incredible advocates for defending the freedoms of Canadians. We'll hear first from my colleague and Member of Parliament for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, Kostas Menegakis, followed by the powerhouse lawyer and Member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Tamara Cronis, and last but certainly not least, Member of Parliament, York Centre, Roman Baber. Nous entendrons d'abord mon collègue Kostas Menegakis, suivi de Tamara Cronis et enfin de Roman Baber. Please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kostas Menegakis, the Member of Parliament for the great people of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Welcome to day 2 of our convention, and thanks for joining us so bright and early this morning. The Liberals have tried to sow division in our party for months now. We're all accustomed to the drumbeat that the usual suspects try to create, afraid of what we can do as a united Conservative Party focused on cleaning up the mess of the last 10 years of Liberal government. And what a mess it has been. Under their oversight, everything has gotten more expensive. Basics have turned into luxuries, home ownership is out of reach, and crime rages on our streets. The Liberals ignore the affordability crisis, pretending it doesn't exist, while millions of Canadians struggle every day. Instead of tackling the real challenges, they pay attention to their insider friends. Here's the hard truth. After 10 years of Liberal government, the Canadian promise of work hard, play by the rules, and get ahead no longer applies. The cost of food has spiraled out of control under the overspending, tax-happy Liberal government. A shocking quote from Food Bank Canada's 2025 hunger count says that we are becoming a country where hunger is normalized. Nearly 1 in 5 of its clients is employed but is unable to make ends meet. I'm sure you've experienced it at the grocery store, as have I. Judge me by your grocery bill, said Mark Carney. Well, let's do that. Since he became Prime Minister in March 2025 and November, strawberries increased by 94.7%. Cantaloupe increased by 36.4%. Romaine lettuce increased by 29.2%. Beef top sirloin cuts increased by 23.5%. Roasted or ground coffee increased by 23%. Iceberg lettuce up by 22%. And peppers increased by 14.3%. Inflation is continuing to spiral. This isn't something theoretical, ladies and gentlemen. This has real-life consequences, and Canadians are hurting every day because of it. But this was also predictable and is a result of damaging and poorly planned Liberal policies. And who predicted it and pushed hard for Liberals to change course? Our leader, Pierre Poilievre. He predicted it because he stood in arenas and in libraries and plant floors talking to thousands of voters one by one. They told him their stories and the struggles they were facing. He stood, he looked them in the eye. He listened to them and he heard them. The Liberals and some in the media pretended he was wrong. They derided his concern about inflationary spending and about the inflationary carbon tax. They mocked his serious and thoughtful commentary in an effort to diminish and demean legitimate concern about out-of-control spending. But Conservatives and Canadians knew better. The Liberals are trying to distract. They are trying to divide. They are doing their best to highlight Conservative disunity and to weaken our party. But just the opposite is happening. We are showing them here today that the Conservative movement in Canada will not be divided. In fact, we are more united than ever under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre. We will not be weakened. Conservatives will continue to focus on restoring hope by making life affordable again through lower taxes, less inflation, and cheaper housing, groceries, and energy so Canadians can build a better future. We are going to continue to loudly and proudly fight for a more affordable Canada, united and strong under Pierre Poilievre's leadership. Canada and the most vulnerable Canadians need us. So today, when you go mark your ballots on this leadership review, let's say yes to affordable groceries, yes to a united Canada, and yes to a united Conservative Party led by Pierre Poilievre, the man who increased our Conservative coalition to 41.5% of the national vote and garnered a historic 8.1 million votes. And a resounding yes to our leader, the next leader of Canada, the next Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Poilievre. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now it is my honor and privilege to welcome to the stage my colleague, Member of Parliament, Tamara Cronus. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tamara Cronus, and I have the honor of representing the decent, hardworking, wonderful people of Nanaimo Ladysmith. There's an old saying that all politics is local. And that's why it is so good to be in a room like this with people from every riding, every province, and every corner of this great country. Because you feel everything we debate in Ottawa at your kitchen table and in your communities. When Conservatives bring together voices from across Canada, we make better policy. We get the benefit of your experience, and you make sure that no community is ignored. One of the things I love most about my job is the chance it gives me to get to talk with you. And no matter where you come from, you've told me that you're worried about the same things, including the safety of your community. Because crime is up in Canada. Violent crime has spiked across the country, and Canadians feel it. Whether it's rampant car theft in Ontario or the extortion wave that we're experiencing in BC, home invasions or random acts of violence, people are concerned. To let this chaos and disorder continue is straight up negligence. And it has been enabled entirely by a Liberal government that has spent the last 10 years seesawing between pretending it's not happening and pretending that there is nothing they can do about it. Canadians have the right to defend themselves and their families. And that's why Conservatives proposed the Stand on Guard principle, which would amend the criminal code to presume that the use of force is reasonable when someone unlawfully enters your home and poses a threat to the safety of the people inside. We're also proposing real action to tackle extortion, which is terrorizing communities across this country. Conservatives support mandatory minimum sentences of 3 years for anyone convicted of extortion, 4 if a firearm is used, and 5 if the extortion is connected to organized crime. And we would try fentanyl dealers for the murderers that they are. Because another thing that both the Liberals and the NDP ignored were Conservative warnings about our growing addictions crisis. It's another place where this government has let ideology trump evidence and where vulnerable people are paying the price. Let me be clear. Violent crime and addiction are not the same thing, and they must never be conflated. People struggling with addiction are not criminals simply because they are sick. They deserve care, dignity, and a real path to recovery. But the liberal approach has failed them. They decriminalized dangerous drugs in cahoots with the NDP and handed out taxpayer-funded hard drugs through so-called safe supply programs. Instead of helping people out of addiction, they abandoned them. And in many cases, they made the situation worse by providing tools to keep using without accountability, without treatment, and without hope. Conservatives believe that Canadians deserve better. And we are committed to bringing our loved ones home drug-free. I was just in Red Deer last week where my colleague MP Burton Bailey showed me the treatment and recovery work they've been doing in his community, and I'm working on a plan for my own. Because, as the Prime Minister says, a plan beats no plan. And what has this Prime Minister done to help with the addictions crisis for all of his lofty words? He canceled the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Seriously. In fact, the word addictions appears only once in the Prime Minister's first budget, on page 247, where we learn that the $1.2 billion the federal government gives the provinces to support not only addiction services, but also home and community care and mental health, that money is set to expire after 2026-27. Meantime, our leader, Pierre Poilievre, has committed to fund 50,000 recovery spaces, one for every person who has died so far in this travesty, because he cares. That's a plan. What the Liberals and NDP are doing, on the other hand, that's abandonment. On these files and others, Conservatives have put forward serious, practical solutions. With your help, we will put forward more of those responsible, practical solutions because of what you do this weekend. Our approach should be firm, compassionate, and focused on recovery. We would allow judges to sentence offenders to mandatory treatment for addiction where appropriate. We would require recovery-oriented rehabilitation programs in prison so that people leave custody healthier than when they entered and less likely to offend. And we would end the failed NDP Liberal safe supply experiment, not with a whimper, but with a bang. Not with a phone line that leads to nowhere like they're doing in BC, but with beds and treatment and hope. Because while the Liberals are the party that likes to look down at Canada through the window of an airplane, turning their backs on hardworking Canadians and those trying to keep up, we are focused on you. Focused on real-life, honest solutions. Focused on dealing with those important issues and the other issues that hinder our productivity, get in the way of good wages, safe streets, peace of mind, and home ownership. We want to build a Canada where families can safely raise their kids. Under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, the Conservative Party has been clear and unwavering in our commitment to you. This weekend, we need you to help us continue that mission. As Conservatives, we believe Canada can be safer, stronger, and more united than it is today. We believe in responsibility, compassion, and common sense. And that's how we went from being 6,000 votes behind in Nanaimo Ladysmith to being almost 6,000 votes ahead in just 2 elections. My riding is living proof that losing on your first run sets the stage for a big win if you stay united and work hard to show our communities what we can do for Canada. And I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Pierre Poilievre showed up in my riding over and over again to help me do just that. Every time he came, he kept asking me the same question. What are you hearing at the doors, Tamara? Stay focused on those things. And that is my message to you for this weekend. Because if together, if we stay focused on what we're hearing at the doors, about what we're hearing at the kitchen tables, about affordability, productivity, safety, and compassion, united under Pierre Poilievre, with the policies that you wisely choose this weekend, that is exactly the Canada that we will build together. So I want to thank you so much. I want to thank you for making the trip here to Calgary. I want to thank you for helping us to build our policies and our party so that we will be ready for the fight whenever it comes to us. Bless you all. And I want to introduce you to my colleague, Roman Baber, who'll join us next. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm MP Roman Baber from the riding of York Centre in the great city of Toronto. Right now, I'm the only Conservative member of Parliament in Toronto, but I promise you there will be plenty more of us after the next election. I was elected in 2025 under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre. Serving Torontonians and serving Canadians in the House of Commons is an honor of a lifetime. Like many of us in this room, I'm an immigrant to Canada. 30 years ago, Canada needed chemical engineers. My dad was a chemical engineer. So my folks took an English test, a medical exam, passed a criminal background check, and we were blessed with the gift of coming to Canada. The system worked. We came to Toronto when I was 15, and we didn't have a cent to our name. My family worked hard and did our part to make our country strong. It wasn't always easy, but I've always had a job, and I've always had hope because I had the Canadian promise. The promise that all you need to do to succeed in Canada is work hard and be nice to people. And if you work hard and you follow the rules, you can afford a good life and a good home. And the promise that no matter where you're from, in Canada, you can achieve anything. I'm Exhibit A for the Canadian promise. But after a decade of the Liberal government, and make no mistake, it's the same old Liberal government, the Canadian promise is broken. Canada is now rampant with chaos and confusion. The Liberals failed on every front. For instance, on immigration. The Liberals destroyed Canada's immigration system. Their radical open border policies overwhelmed our housing, our healthcare, and our justice systems. Let's just look at the facts. The latest census revealed that the Liberals missed almost 40% of temporary residents. They allowed the asylum seeker backlog to balloon from 10,000 claims in 2015 to over 300,000 claims today. Meanwhile, rejected claimants who wait for an appeal for almost as long as 4 years continue to receive full federal benefits. In the last 10 years, Canadians paid over $2.8 billion in healthcare costs alone. It's unfair and it's unacceptable. It's also unfair to newcomers who follow the rules, apply to come to Canada, and then watch hundreds of thousands of economic migrants jump the queue claiming they're refugees. But the Liberals didn't just help people break the rules. They weakened the immigration screenings that kept us safe. Imagine, over 700 IRGC agents have been allowed into Canada. Mark Carney promised to fix the system, but instead he made our immigration system worse. As Pierre Poilievre says, we used to have the best immigration system in the world. It brought people in reasonable numbers with the skills we needed. Immigration failure is not the only chaos the Liberals unleashed from Ottawa. Canadians used to be some of the safest people in the world. But now our streets are ridden with crime and chaos because of Liberals' soft-on-crime laws. Here in Calgary, firearm offenses tripled since the Liberals took power. Violent offenses are up 66%. In my city of Toronto, car thefts are up 250%. And across the country, violent crime is up by 50%. The Liberals ignored clear warning signs about their failed bail reform. We have a revolving door bail system that forces judges to consider release at the earliest opportunity with the least restrictive conditions. Keeping Canadians safe requires immediate action, but the Liberals spent 2025 refusing to act. So the crime and chaos go on Canada's streets. Offenders are arrested, they're released within days, and often they reoffend again. The Liberals cut jail sentences, brought in easy bail, and let gangs and extortionists roam our streets. That's why Canadians need a Conservative government led by Pierre Poilievre. Pierre will end the Liberal bail system, tackle crime, fix the asylum system, strengthen border security, and deport serious criminals who aren't citizens. We need to end the chaos. And under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre, we will restore an immigration system that serves Canadians and makes sense. Pierre will restore the Canadian promise, not just for newcomers, but for all Canadians. We will make our streets safe again, and we will make government work again. This country gave me and my family everything, and I will not stop fighting to help Pierre Poilievre to make Canada the true North strong and free. Thank you so much, and God bless our wonderful nation. Thank you. Friends, we're going to take a few minutes to reset the stage for the constitutional breakout. There's also a policy breakout session in the Petron Ballroom next door. Thank you, and have a wonderful convention. Thank you.
I'd ask everyone to take their seats so we can begin the constitutional workshop session. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Wilson. I'm going to be your moderator this morning for the constitutional workshop, along with Chad Bowie. So we'll be swapping in and out throughout the course of the next 3 hours. In addition to Chad and I, Richard Bragdon is assisting as our parliamentarian to advise on any procedural matters. And we have members of the National Constitution Committee assisting both in counting votes and as the recording secretary to make sure we get the results correctly. So everyone understands, if you're a voting delegate, there's lots of space, but if you want your vote counted, you have to be ahead of the break across the room. So you need to be in the front section of the room. There's lots of seats across 8 sections. There will be counters. Could the counters at the front of the room wave their hands and identify yourselves? We're in a much larger breakout room than usual, so it's more difficult to see. But when we call votes, we'll call for affirmative votes. You'll be asked to raise your cards and hold your cards up for what will feel like an inordinately long time. That's so the counters can make sure they record every in favor vote. You'll then lower your card. We'll call for no votes. Again, if you're voting no, you'll have to hold up your card for what will feel like a very long time, and we'll let you know when you can take your card down. So you'll be don't just think you're watching the counters. They're trying to watch you, but again, you have to be in the front half of the room if you want your vote counted. So back half of the room is for observers, front half of the room is for voting delegates. And if you're a voting delegate in the back half of the room, your vote won't get counted. The PowerPoint slides will show the proposed amendments. However, some of the slides have been trimmed for space reasons, so the full version of the text you're being asked to vote on is in the convention package that you would have received on the way in yesterday or today. When we call amendments, the moving EDA or proponent will be asked to speak for 1 minute. We'll have technical commentary from Judy Manning or Tim Sire on behalf of the National Constitution Committee or National Council on certain of the amendments, proposed amendments, a speaker in favor for 30 seconds, 2 speakers opposed for 30 seconds each, and a rebuttal for 30 seconds from the proponent. The no microphone is in an aisle over here. The yes microphone is in an aisle over there. With that, we'll move to the first amendment, Proposal C1. Burnaby North Seymour, is there a, sorry, I apparently run the screen as well. The rules. There we are. Proposal C1. So Burnaby North Seymour for 1 minute.
Ian Provan, Burnaby North Seymour. This proposal develops what our Constitution already says, that each EDA is responsible for the administration of the candidate selection process in its own electoral district. Our proposal simply specifies a few of the implications. First, we must know the applicants we wish to represent, who wish to represent us, which means seeing their application packages and interviewing them. And secondly, our wishes about which applicants should become nomination candidates must be respected unless there are exceptional circumstances. And when the National Committee does wish to override the EDA, it must explain why the circumstances are exceptional, and the EDA should have the right of appeal. There's nothing radical in this. It's simply stating what's in the Constitution already and drawing out some implications. But if they're not stated, recent experience demonstrates that legitimate EDA rights will continue to be eroded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there technical commentary?
Excuse me. Right. So, point of order.
Yes.
Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. I just want to, while we're waiting here, I just want to draw attention to 5.9 and 5.10 of the debate rules, just so everybody is aware. In order to pass today, it's a majority vote. Whatever proposal gets a majority vote goes to the plenary tomorrow per 5.9 of the rules. And then in 5.10 of the rules, it makes it clear that the question of debate today is whether we want it to advance to plenary tomorrow. Not final approval. The final approval will be in the plenary tomorrow, and contradictory or incompatible resolutions will be dealt with in the final plenary. So theoretically,
okay. Thank you, Levi. We got to get back onto the schedule. Thank you. All right. Technical commentary.
Thanks, Mike. My name's Tim Saar. I'm National Councillor from the Northwest Territories. Judy Manning here from Newfoundland. There's a theme going through a number of the things that we'll address today, and that is that in December of 2025, National Council passed, amended, and restated rules for candidate nomination procedures. And so many of the amendments that are in the book before you are dealt with substantively in those rules. And this particular rule is dealt with in Section 3 and 4, Articles 5 and 9. Judy, speak again. No.
And just on that point, for example, in Article 9 of the rules that were passed in December 2025, it provides for...
The timer on the screen is incorrect. It's 1 minute each of National Council and National Constitution Committee, so please, I'll keep track of the time.
Sorry. Article 9 provides for all applicants approved to contest a nomination to receive a copy of the current membership list at the same time on the third day following the close of nominations, and subsequent lists are given to nomination contestants at the same time. So some of these issues, the lists, things like that, we did a comprehensive set of rules through National Council introduced December 2025, and I would invite you to review those rules because, as Tim mentioned, many of these were drafted prior to the implementation of the rules, so prior to when the draftspeople would have seen the rules.
Can we get a speaker in favor for 30 seconds?
Okay, I just want to address that last point. The new rules are definitely an improvement, but they do not address most of what is in this proposal. And in fact, getting things into the Constitution, it turns out, is the only way of ensuring that our core requirements as members actually are dealt with. The rules are subsidiary to the Constitution, and we must remember that.
Is there a speaker against for 30 seconds?
Gore-Talk, Red Deer. I very much understand the sentiment, and I share his disgust with how things have been conducted recently. But my real issue is 14.2.1, full access without exception. So what if there's documents, there's a court order that's not to be made public? What if there's kiddie porn in somebody's package? That sounded really bad. We cannot get ourselves into a legal bind without exception. It's far too strong a language for this kind of a thing.
Thank you very much. Another speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Mr. Provane said, Al Sebring from Ponoka-Didsbury. This is an amendment to the Constitution. Good work by National Council to amend the rules, but those are the rules and they can be amended again. This nomination stuff we need to embed in the Constitution. Thank you.
Rebuttal, 30 seconds.
Is that for 30 seconds?
For 30-second rebuttal.
In the fall, the senior Conservative was quoted as saying, you can have a fair nomination process or you can have the candidates you want, but you can't have both. Many of us aspire to a much higher standard of conduct in our party's affairs, and we need to enshrine its core aspects in the Constitution, especially when National Council's rules have a rule that says that National Council can ignore the rules as it sees fit. Please vote for Proposal 812.
Thank you very much. We'll now call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? I don't think we need to go to a vote. I think that's carried. Oh, sorry. Don't need to go to a count. So C1 is carried through to the plenary session tomorrow.
Good job.
C2, Abbotsford South Langley. Introduction.
No, Oakville East.
Oh, sorry. I flipped too many pages. Oakville East, C2, for a 1-minute introduction to the resolution.
Delegates, C2 1004 does one important thing. It puts into our Constitution what every winning campaign already knows. Elections are won in our communities, and strong EDAs win elections. Today, EDAs are expected to do the heavy lifting, build membership, identify and support candidates, recruit and train volunteers, fundraise, stay compliant, and be election ready. Yet our Constitution does not recognize them as essential to electoral success, or require our national parties' institutions to make decisions through a simple lens. Does this strengthen EDA capacity or electoral success? C2 1004 fixes that. It affirms that the party's success is inseparable from the strength of EDAs, and it reflects the will of members nationwide. This creates no new powers, no bureaucracy, and no loss of authority. Only alignment, accountability, and a focus on winning. Delegates, please vote yes, C2 1004.
Thank you. Appears no technical commentary. So can we have another speaker in favor for 30 seconds?
Julie Mosqueda, Oakville East. I am in favor. Every EDA carries the same responsibility, but support has not been consistent. This amendment ensures clear expectations, shared standards, and regular communications so that every community can be equally prepared when election is called.
Thank you. A speaker against, 30 seconds.
Gortalk Red Deer. I totally understand the sentiment, but our Constitution is our rule book. It is not our intention book. None of these items are actionable. None of these items will ever meet, or how do you prove any of these things? This is very nice fluff. It does not belong in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers against? Seeing none, any rebuttal from the mover for the proposing EDA?
So, Delegates, C2 1004 belongs in the Constitution because practice can change, principles should not. Policies come and go, leaders change, but the role of EDAs in winning an election does not. This amendment locks in shared responsibility, consultation, and support of constitutional duties. So every future decision is guided on what strengthens EDAs and electoral success. This is how we protect the grassroots in the long term. Vote yes, C2 1004.
Okay, thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor of C2 moving to the plenary, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, that will have to go to account. So this is cards down. If you're, do we have our 8 counters in each of the 8 sections? So this is our first vote. Good practice. So if you're in favor of the resolution, raise your hand, raise your card, hold your card. Once you've been counted, put your card down.
Thank you. Time, and that's only because we had direct contact with our desk officer. Well done. But yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I submitted this.
You guys have a great
and
package.
wrote it. Yeah.
Counters ready to go no? All right. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your card and hold your card until you see you've been counted.
Sir James Barlow.
Ballard?
Barlow.
Nice to meet you. Daniel Blackmore.
Oh, well done. Good. Thank you.
So we got support from Newfoundland and BC. We're right across the board.
Thank you so much. We've got to enshrine this in the Constitution, not in the National Council rules.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the issue.
Candidate nomination.
They have to be seated to be counted. Those ones won't count. No, just
Well, so just again, if you want to vote, there's lots of seats. You ought to be seated in front of the divide line. So there's lots of seating on both wings. So if you're a delegate and you want your vote counted, you got to be in a seat in the front half of the room, and there's lots of open spots in the end sections. Yeah, just to really emphasize, if you want your vote counted, you need to be seated in the front half of the room. Our counters are likely to miss you if you're standing, or if you're behind, you're certainly not getting counted. Front half of the room, seated. Okay, the votes in favor, 255, votes opposed, 515. The motion's defeated. Thank you. Moving on to C3, sponsoring EDA Abbotsford South Langley.
We just want to make sure that
Yes.
no one takes up too much time.
Go ahead.
Sir James Barlow, Abbotsford, South Langley. Fundraising and advising constituents of events and activities cannot be efficiently managed without access to membership lists for the riding. Coordinating with adjoining ridings requires, at minimum, knowing who to contact in local ridings. Yet for some ridings, including my own, this has been consistently withheld. Quoting such things as privacy, elections, and more. I only got this information a short while ago after nearly 2 years.
Thank you. That's time. Technical commentary?
I get 60 seconds.
Oh,
That's what I get, 60 seconds.
sorry. Take your next 30 seconds. I apologize.
Thank you. For elected local representatives to be denied this seriously impedes how we can work as grassroots and passionate conservatives when all have signed non-disclosure agreements. Please ensure this cannot continue by voting yes to submission 897 and putting this into our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Technical commentary?
Thank you. Yeah, we see a flaw in the drafting here. It's not clear what Schedule A is, an approved Schedule A that comes up twice in the addition, and we don't know what it is. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker in favor?
Hi, Daniel Blackmore, Secretary for Cape Spear. Speaking in favor of this amendment, I think to prevent access to the membership rolls, it's undue paternalism. There's an expectation of confidentiality with this anyways, and I'll tell you firsthand, it's not hard to find out if someone's on a membership roll. We don't need to codify it. It's available anyways. And as for Schedule A, that's just a standard agreement you sign with the party when you are on the executive.
Thank you. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Point of order first, if I may. Are we allowed to propose amendments?
No, we're not entertaining amendments.
Then I will speak in the negative on this. And it's because I can't amend Gord Tulk Red Deer, sorry. I will point out the very last sentence in 561. It refers to any EDA president would approve Schedule A gets access to this list. It does not specifically say within the region. So literally any president in any EDA in Canada can get the entire list of the information we're talking about here. I don't think that was the intent of this proposition, and it's unfortunate they have that rule.
Thank you. That's time. Speaker against for 30 seconds.
Hi there, Chris Moen, Calgary Crowfoot. Speaking against this resolution, again, as Gord Tulk just simply mentioned, this is requiring the membership list for the entire country, potentially, but not just the EDA. As well, too, we also have, these are, like, our Constitution is supposed to be about rules that are for our entire Constitution, not just simply operating best practices. Finally, if you want to get the President's contact list, just talk to him at Southern Alberta Constitution meeting.
That's time. A rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Thank you. All these lists should be available to presidents, yes, locally, but nationally if required. And this is a vital requirement for all EDAs to function properly. I ask you all to please vote yes.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed?
Will I be counted if I'm stood here?
That's defeated. C4, Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, 1 minute in favor.
Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
My name is Daniel Laveau, and I represent the Halliburton Kawartha Lakes EDA. During the past decade, all too often, we have seen the federal government dismiss Canadians and focus on the interests of other countries. A Canada First statement will guide economic development for the benefit of all Canadians. And with a strong economy, we can continue to contribute to other countries less fortunate to ourselves. We coined the term Canada First not to imitate a foreign country, but to amplify Canadian values, including self-reliance, safeguard our borders, encourage public welfare, and allow freedom of speech for all Canadians, as our leader iterated this past year. A Canada First policy will build on our historical roots and restore Canada to be the envy of the world. Please vote for the constitutional amendment ID 931.
Thank you. Seeing no technical commentary, is there a speaker another speaker in favor for 30 seconds?
Jamie Schmale, Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes. For the last 10 years, we've seen bad federal policy on behalf of the Liberal government have an inability to get pipelines built to Tidewater. Our lumber industry is hurting. Opening a mine is becoming increasingly difficult. Accessing capital to build projects and get the mines growing and innovating here in Canada is becoming difficult because of the policies put in place. Let's start a Canada First policy. This is inspired by our leader's speech in our last campaign. Let's put Canada first for a change.
Thank you. Speaker against for 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. Yeah, I'm not here to speak against freedom and all the other lovely things in this thing. This is our Constitution. This is our rule book. This is not our policy book. Even the speaker in favor talked about it being a policy. This kind of, and I'm sorry to be nasty about this, but it is what I am. This kind of fluff does not belong in our Constitution. Let's make it a great Constitution, not a political document. Thank you.
Yes, speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland on Canada's right coast, and also the other Gord Tulk. This is basically already in here a bunch of times in a bunch of different ways, or in the policy declaration. We don't need to puff up our Constitution and codify everything. The Constitution is about governing the party and how the party operates. This is something that clearly should have been caught and vetted out earlier. Please vote against. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rebuttal for 30 seconds.
My name is Hunter Sidsworth from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes. I respectfully disagree with the dissenting opinion. This policy simply affirms that a strong and fair country must first and foremost be accountable to its own people. Canada First means self-reliance, Canadian jobs, secure borders, respect for the law, and guaranteed freedoms for all Canadians. It is on our hats, it is in our values. Now let's put it in our Constitution. Vote for ID 931. Vote Canada First.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Opposed? Defeated. Thank you. C5.
All that work. Peter Furmer, Foothills.
Thank you. 1 minute.
Conservative Party has no funds and never has had any funds. When you contribute nationally, your money goes to Conservative Fund Canada. That's a separate organization with its own bylaws, its own members, its own officers. Conservative Fund has been very successful and efficient at raising money from Conservative Party members. When it comes to spending the money the party members contributed, Conservative Fund is not accountable to the members. National Council, which includes our leader, represents us and is accountable to the party members who are the source of the funds. To have responsible party governance, National Council must have the opportunity and the authority to review, amend, and approve the annual party budget. This amendment achieves that goal with a clear requirement which Conservative Fund must meet, giving National Council, including our leader, the opportunity to discharge its responsibility to party members. Thank you. Please vote for this.
Thank you. Is there technical commentary? No. Another speaker in favor for 30 seconds. Okay. Seeing none, a speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
That should make it easy. Melissa Lantzman, proud member of Parliament for Thornhill. Let's not forget that the Conservative Party Fund is the most successful political fundraising machine in the history of this country. So give that a hand. It doesn't need further bureaucracy. It doesn't need what this resolution is proposing. As an MP whose riding has raised over $1.5 million, another $1 million for the fund, I look forward every single day to working with the professionals who run our fund, and you should know that the best people do. So vote no on this.
Thank you. Next speaker, 30 seconds in favor.
Hi, Chris Moen, Calgary Crowfoot, speaking against of this. As a director on public company corporations, If I want data, I go to the CFO and I ask for the data early. These are, again, you know, in order to quote Gord Tulk here, these are the rules for our Constitution. These are not best practices simply for a rule book. Let our national councillors work collaboratively with the Conservative Fund Board in order to come to a collaborative agreement. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. Rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Okay, this isn't about raising funds. It's got nothing to do with it. It's what's done with the funds once they've been raised from the party members. This amendment would make sure the Conservative Fund has to distribute the information to the National Council members, and of course the leader of the party, so they have a proper time to review the budget and then can vote to approve it or amend it. They're responsible to you, the people who contributed, so vote to support them. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Those opposed? That's defeated. C6. Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Speaker in favor for 1 minute.
Craig Hussey, Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Our district has not been conservative for decades, but is a close, winnable riding, as many are across this country. Last election cycle, we had 2 contestants for nomination, of which I was one. We both had applications filed for over a year, and nominations finally closed about 3 weeks before the writ dropped. 4 days after, my application was disallowed because of a technical glitch in the online upload of documents. Our candidate was then acclaimed 48 hours before the election call. Today, our riding is still Liberal. We worked our butts off to win the riding, but the internal CPC system failed us. Scores of ridings across Canada experienced similar situations. The result, Mark Carney sits in the Prime Minister's office in Ottawa today. For the future of our nation, this cannot happen again. We must ensure the next occupant of that office is Pierre Poilievre. Vote yes on 870.
Technical commentary, 1 minute, National Council, 1 minute, National Constitution.
Thanks. National Council notes that the amendments proposed in C6 are dealt with comprehensively in Articles 4 and 5 of the amended and restated rules for the nomination procedures.
Constitution Committee notes that there is language included, including extenuating circumstances in 14.2.1, which are not defined, which we would submit are not appropriate for our Constitution. And also 14.2.3, the NCSC will ensure wherever possible there are at least 2 potential candidates that are voted on by the party memberships. What does wherever possible mean? Does the NCSC recruit? There's no qualifier on potential candidates. Is it just 2 live bodies? Doesn't belong in the Constitution.
Okay. Speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
Joanne Norland Carroll, Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Every EDA needs to have a candidate in place with sufficient time to prepare. Give candidates time for training and preparation. We need a better system, and this can never happen again. So vote for 870, Candidates for Parliament rules.
Thank you. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Gord Tulk read there. I want to echo, but actually reiterate the problem is the NCSC is supposed to be a neutral entity. It's supposed to conduct our affairs in terms of nominations, requiring it in our Constitution that they have to find at least 2 potential candidates. It means now they're out looking for candidates. That's not their role. I'm not allowed to propose an amendment. Take that sentence out. I'm all over this. But this is a terrible, terrible flaw in this resolution. Thank you.
Another speaker against for 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. I just want to say that, and I say this about almost every nomination-related amendment here today, there's a set of rules that have been established by a subcommittee of National Council. That's how you deal with this sort of thing. If we start entrenching piecemeal pieces of our nomination process, we're going to end up with a horse built by a committee, a camel. Don't do that. Let's keep it all together. There was extensive consultation on the new set of rules that reflect addressing the problems the gentleman mentioned earlier, I ask you to vote no.
Okay, and rebuttal for 30 seconds.
This is not covered comprehensively in the current rules and needs to be enshrined in our Constitution. In the current rule change, it basically gives us till sometime in 27 to have candidates in place when we are in a minority government. We need that done, as this resolution suggests, within 9 months of a minority government. And with regard, it talks about having candidates in place, if possible, in regard to having, instead of appointing in a district. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, we'll go to a count. So, if the counters are all in place, so just give them a second to get in place so your arms don't get tired here. Again, if you want, make sure if you're a delegate, front section, in a chair. All right, if you're, just let our counters get in place so your arms don't get tired. Okay, in favor, please raise your cards and hold them until you've been counted. Once you've been counted, you can lower your card. Sometimes. So if you're opposed, please raise your cards and hold them until you've been counted. Okay, so on proposal C6, votes in favor 332, votes opposed 547. The proposal fails. It's great there's so many people, we have such a big room, but it does slow down our counting. So we're important to count though, but thanks for your patience in that process. Moving on to C7. Is there a speaker in favor for 1 minute from Eglinton Lawrence? Go ahead.
This amendment will prohibit federally registered lobbyists from serving on National Council. Members of National Council hold one of the most important responsibilities in our party. They write our rules, oversee our budget, vet candidate selection. And above all, they are meant to serve the grassroots members of the party, not outside interests. That's why this amendment matters. Federal lobbyists are paid to advance the priorities of corporations, NGOs, and third parties. However well-intentioned, that creates real or perceived conflicts of interest. And when trust in party governance is weakened, grassroots members lose confidence in the very institution meant to represent them. Lobbying has its place in politics, but it does not belong inside the governing body of our party. Amendment 1021 is about clarity, fairness, and accountability. It draws a bright line. National Council must be independent, impartial, and member-focused. All Ontario National Councillors are in support. The amendment keeps power
Thank you very much.
belongs with the grassroots.
That's time.
Thank you.
Is there a no technical commentary? Another 30 seconds from a speaker in favor. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to be clear about what the amendment does and does not do. It does not prohibit membership, volunteering, or fundraising at any level. It only affects federal lobbyists, not provincial. It applies to the National Council because of its unique authority over rules, nominations, and internal enforcement. Lobbying the federal government creates an inherent conflict of interest when the same individuals help govern the Conservative Party seeking to form government. The Constitution already bars MPs, staffers, and party employees because good governance requires independence. This amendment treats federal lobbyists the same way.
Oh, thank you. That's time. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. That's all fine and good. I bet you 3/4 of this room could not run for National Council because of this. If you're the president of the Alberta Beef Association, which is a registered lobby group, you cannot participate on National Council. This is far too broad a net. Far too many people literally in this room do not know that they are part of a registered lobbying organization of some form or another. It would not be able to be on National Council. This is very problematic. Please vote this down.
Thank you. Next speaker for 30 seconds opposed.
Hi, Chris Moen, Calgary, Crowfoot. As we've already dispensed with the usual Gord Talk request in order for amendments which are not allowed, I would like to draw your attention to the very final part of 8.3.7, or required to be registered. When you put in requirements or required, that means that if you don't like the election, you could say, oh, I think you should be on the federal registry list. That is for the federal government to determine, not for our National Council. Please vote no.
Thank you. Rebuttal speaker from the moving EDA for 30 seconds.
The Lobbying Act defines a lobbyist as someone who's paid to communicate with the federal public office holders in order to influence legislation, policy, programs, grants, or contracts. That includes consultant lobbyists and in-house lobbyists. The definition of lobbyist is complex, which is why we reference the legislation, and we included the portion about individuals that were required to register as lobbyists to avoid the possibility of people shirking that responsibility. Again, this doesn't capture volunteers, unpaid advocates, and casual political participants. Registration is only required.
Thank you. That's time. Let's call the question for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? carried. Can't count it. I think we'll go to a count since there's not a view. So sorry about that. So if the counters can get into position. Rest your arms for a minute. Counters get into position. All right, so all those in favor, please raise your card, hold your card until the counter sees you, and then you can lower your card. Counter's good to switch to the no votes? Yep. Okay, if you're opposed to the motion, please raise your card, hold your card until you've been counted, and then you can lower your card. At least, and they can sort it out with the microphone if they're both there. One can speak in favor and one can be the proponent. Great view. I haven't noticed that. Big prairie sky. Wow. I would have called if I had called that. So the motion C7 in favor 398, opposed 478. The motion is defeated. Which is, I guess, why we count. Moving on to C8, Provenche. 1 minute 1 minute from the proponent.
Andrew McKee from Provenche. This detailed proposal provides more certainty to potential nomination candidates who devote years of their lives running for nominations and gives them a transparent time frame for their nomination, and while also giving needed flexibility to council and headquarters to readjust as situations such as leadership races, redistributions, or resignations arise. Under the new nomination rules, the executive council director can call nominations at any time without consultation with council or the local riding. This would close that gap. Well, please vote for this proposal, which gives much needed and reasonable transparency to nomination time frames.
Tried to play the MP card.
Thank you. Technical explanation, 1 minute, National Council.
Thank you. National Council notes that the provisions proposed in C8 are handled extensively in Articles 3 and Articles 4 of the amended and restated rules for nominations. Rules for held ridings and unheld ridings are dealt with, and in particular how a sitting MP can protect their own riding is dealt with. National Council appointed the subcommittee to draft those rules, and after extensive consultation with party members, deliberately drafted the rules as we have to account for just the things that C8 is proposing. Passing C8 would tie National Council's hands.
Okay, thank you. National Constitution Committee, 1 minute.
I would just note a spoiler alert, C16 also seeks a national nomination schedule, but it's a much more succinct proposal. There is a problem here with 14.7 because the language that we have ability to change dates, but only do so in emergency circumstances that are clearly justified to the membership. I struggle with what the emergency circumstances are. They're not defined. How does National Council ensure it's met the clearly justified to the membership mandate? I'm not sure how that would be tested. And also I'd note 14.3.1 -3 doesn't exist in the Constitution, so it's referring us to a section of the Constitution that doesn't exist. That's in 14.7.
Thank you. A speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
I just want to address the recurring theme coming from National Council today, that somehow because there are certain rules, we shouldn't be here doing our jobs somehow. Let me remind you that the rules, whether they're good or bad, can be changed at a whim, and they can also be ignored because one of the rules says National Council can ignore the rules whenever it wants. So this idea that because the rules have been changed, and they are better, good on you, it doesn't affect the question of what we're here to do.
Thank you. A speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. I admire the effort, but this is far too detailed. As was pointed out, heavily flawed. The resolution C16 is a much more concise and much more actionable and workable amendment to our Constitution. This really, we can't be putting these kinds of prescriptions, details and whatnot into our Constitution this way. Please vote it down. Thank you.
Okay, a speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Delegate for the by-election battlefield of University of Rosedale. I urge all members to vote against because 14.7 specifically states that the National Council is unable to vote, is unable to change nomination dates unless in times of emergency. We don't know what that means. And also, this is under the assumption that the Liberal Party calls elections according to schedule. They never do that. So we need the National Council to be able to react on a whim to whatever Mark Carney wants to do in the next 3 months. Please vote against this. This unduly burdens our bureaucracy.
Thank you very much. Rebuttal for 30 seconds.
This proposal does give detailed timelines and flexibility, which is, I believe, important. We need candidates that have information so they can plan. We need people on the ground to be able to plan as well. This proposal goes a long way towards transparency. Please support it.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? All right, that proposal is defeated. Thank you. Moving on to C9, looking for a proponent for 1 minute in favor from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Hi there, Josh Boys, Carlton Trail Eagle Creek. We believe that the citizenship status required to vote in a Canadian election should be our party's citizenship standard. This is a necessary change to our Constitution because foreign interference is a real threat. Enemies of our country can and have used their diasporas in Canada to manipulate elections in other parties. We must protect our party. Additionally, this proposal simplifies membership qualification verification. It is more difficult to determine someone's standing in Canada beyond simple citizenship. This proposal intentionally does not address the minimum age requirement of membership or how to address current members who are not citizens. National Council has the authority to address these questions in the bylaws. Let's change the Constitution to protect our membership.
Thank you. Is there no technical commentary? So moving to a speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
Hi, Henry Chan from Saskatoon South. I just want to comment on the fact that people that are permanent resident are not allowed to vote in the general election. So if someone who is not allowed to vote in a general election, why should they get to vote and pick the candidate in the nomination? And further to that, to people who have something to say against that, I would tell them, go change the rules for the general election first, because you have to be a citizen to vote in our general elections.
You're here.
Thank you. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. I've been at this for about 35 years, and I'll tell you right now that this is a party of freedom. This is a party, the Conservative Party of Canada is for freedom, and there are people who have escaped authoritarian communist regimes that I work with and knock on doors with that should not be excluded by gatekeeping. And also, the next step after this, but the logic of the last speaker, is they go after the people who are 14 and up, who we currently allow, because they're damn good people we want in the party. Vote no, please.
Okay, a speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Rachel Enns, Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee. I would vote no on this mostly because of my friends from the Netherlands who are permanent residents. They love voting. They would love to vote Conservative, but they can't. So they participate in Conservative Party things by being members. This would exclude them. Vote no.
Okay, thank you very much. Rebuttal speaker for 30 seconds, please.
Brad Reddekopp, Member of Parliament for Saskatoon West. Look, it's great to have a candidate who can win over a bunch of supporters, but we don't need to attract supporters, we need to attract voters. We shouldn't select candidates based on winning over teenagers or family members or even church groups. We need candidates who can win over voters exclusively. The purpose of a nomination race is to select who could win over the most voters. So that should be the test that we use. Let's allow Conservative voters in a riding to judge who the best candidate is.
You're here.
Thank you. We'll call the question to a vote. So all those in favor, please raise your cards.
Let's go.
Okay, all those opposed?
Well, it's going to count.
Okay, we're gonna count that. You're making my job really hard. Okay, so I'll ask the counters to get into position. And we're all good. So if you're in favor of that resolution, C9, please raise your cards and hold them until you've been counted. And then you can lower your cards once you've been counted.
like even ours, these are, they were statements. They yeah, we didn't expect them to. If they're not heard, I don't think we would. We're upset.
Oh, sorry. I forgot my job. All those opposed, please raise your cards. I'm working here.
I think, no, I mean, I've been to every convention, and I've been in the Constitution Room every time. Back in the old days, they never quit until they were done. They maybe would have lunch break and come back to the Constitution. But generally, they've shortened the time. In my opinion, humble opinion, I would say we just go until 15, at you, and say, hey, we're going to extend this by 15 minutes, which we've now given something to it's not our fault it's taken that long. So that's what I would do.
And if it was more randomized, the ordering, I understand, is based on prioritization.
It's because I insisted that it be this way.
So it helps. Okay, the counting is complete, so we'll just tally those results. While we're doing that, just to make use of time, there's a sheet. Those of you that were early may have received it on the way in. There's a provision of the Constitution, 16.4, that allows delegates, if delegates from 100 ridings make a submission more than 12 hours before the start of this session, it bypasses the ordinary process and puts the item on the agenda in this session. That occurred last night, and so we have a new item, C-12-5, and volunteers, if you didn't get this sheet, we'll pass it out so that people will have an opportunity to consider the resolution, and we're going to deal with it as the first item after the regional priority. So item C-12 is the last regional priority, then we'll move to the item that came in under the Constitution, and then return to the ordinary agenda. But if you didn't get a copy of the one-page item C-12.5, volunteers have them and are handing them out now, and we'll come to that in due course, and I'll again explain at the time how we got to have that on the agenda. But just so people have an opportunity to see it and consider it in advance, feel free to take a look. Mr. O'Brien. Vida.
Hello?
Oh, there we are.
Oh, okay, sorry. Mr. Chair, sorry, just wanted to make one point of order. Excellent system to have the voting zone. I'm curious if we can have it deemed that people in the queue for the microphone can also vote, because obviously they want to participate too, and they're in the queue. That's the only reason they're outside the zone.
Let me speak to that's a logistical question as much as it is a procedural question. So let me speak to our counters and see if we can manage that. It seems sensible to me, and it's fair on. There's a yes and a no microphone, so it seems fair on both sides. To that C9 proposal, votes in favor 305, votes opposed 443. So the motion is defeated. Mr. O'Brien, I'll sort out the logistics on the next break, but I'll keep it moving for now since we're trying to meet time here. So C10, proponent from Charlottetown for 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Desmond Hamill. I'm the president of Charlottetown. This is a very simple addition to Section 7. As Melissa said earlier, the members of the Conservative Fund, there's only a couple of them, and they work very, very hard in raising money. They raised about $50 million just last year alone, and so they should be automatic delegates for convention. Right now, if they live in a specific riding, for instance, if they lived in Charlottetown, it wouldn't be a problem. But if they lived in Calgary Centre, they may have to try to get a delegate spot, which is kind of unacceptable. there's only a few people that get auto delegate spots, president, candidate of record, that sort of thing. So because of the work they do, we believe that that person should be an auto delegate.
Okay, thank you. Is there a technical? No. Is there another speaker in favor for 30 seconds? Okay, speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Gord Talk Red Deer, I cannot express how fiercely I'm opposed to this. Every delegate here earned the right by having the support of the riding, the sort of members, everybody on the list here in one form or another that currently is in our Constitution were elected to come and be eligible to be delegates. These are not, I don't care how much bloody money they raise. It's about their ability to have the support of other party members to be a delegate here. Please, please reject this change. Thank you.
Speaker opposed.
Hi, Chris Moen, Calgary Crowfoot. Just like Gord Talk said, we all earned the right as delegates. And I was also just informed that while there are a limited number of directors, there are unlimited number of members. So at the stroke of a leader's pen, they can flood it in a poison pill scenario in order to bring unlimited number of directors because we don't control the Conservative Fund membership requirements list. So please, vote against this. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Is there a rebuttal for 30 seconds?
So what I would say is that as president, I am an auto delegate, and certainly the head of the Conservative Fund does a lot more work for the party than I do. So that's just my opinion in that position.
Thank you. We'll call the question for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed? Oh yeah, okay, well, I think we see. We will not call that for a count. Well, we can, if the will of the room is to count, we could do it, but thank you very much. C10 is defeated. C11.
Joseph Bouchard, Calgary Centre. So we all want a Conservative government. This is really about getting us there. So the proposal adds two things to the Constitution, two changes to the responsibilities of National Council. First, National Council overseeing electoral readiness of the party for the next election, as well as a post-mortem following every election. So it's kind of disappointing, no post-mortem following the last election. We all want to win. I'm hoping that this can get us there during the post-mortem. That's it.
Thank you very much. Is there technical commentary? No. So a speaker in favor for 30 seconds, please.
Hello, Chris Moen, now over at the yes microphone, just to prove that I don't say no to absolutely everything. Speaking out in support of Calgary Centre for this, it was well presented at Alberta Congress, and so please vote in support. It's a simple amendment, and please give it your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give you time to get back to the no microphone now. Is there a speaker opposed? No speaker opposed. Speaker in favor or rebuttal for 30 seconds, if you'd like to take it. I don't know what you're rebutting, but okay. We'll call question C11 for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. To Mr. O'Brien's earlier point of order, if those in the queue to speak, the counters will survey the queue so your votes are counted if you're in queue to speak, even though it is behind the dividing line. Otherwise, if you're a delegate and you want your vote counted and you're not in the queue to speak, you have to be in the front half of the room. Going on to C12. Saxville, Bedford, Preston. Is there a speaker in favor for 1 minute, a proponent?
Yeah,
Yes, my name is Catherine Dingle from Sackville, Bedford, Preston, and the ability to cut off the closing of nominations process without a 2-week warning period is a tool that has been used in the past by National to unfairly advantage one candidate over another. Once their favorite candidate has submitted their completed application, the National has immediately closed the process and immediately informed all other candidates that they are disqualified because their applications are incomplete. This has been done to disqualify stronger competitors while advancing much weaker candidates. In addition to being unfair, a vigorous and fair nomination process helps to screen out candidates who are not likely to finish well in an election and allows excellent candidates who will produce great results if only given the opportunity. The problem that I have right here, I don't know if it's a point of order, is that the National Constitution Committee has created a new rules and procedures for candidate nominations document in between when I wrote this and now. They've amended the whole document. So the references in this amendment no longer fit the new document. They amended it on December 5th and December 22nd, 25.
I see. So I'm not to the point of order piece. We're not taking amendments to the proposals just because we're the time limit we have. So we're not doing motions on motions. So I can't accept an amendment to the proposal and get through the agenda.
And so they removed the part altogether about a closing of nomination 2-week process. But we need it in the Constitution because it protects the process.
Okay, I appreciate that, but wait, on the point of order piece of that, I'm not accepting proposed amendments, so we'll have to take the text as written.
Okay.
But I appreciate the point. Technical commentary, 1 minute, National Council.
Thank you. National Council notes the section references in the proposed language are obsolete now, and it serves as a good example of why being this prescriptive for rules, candidate nomination procedures, it does not belong in the Constitution. Those rules can change, and so we need to be very careful about how prescriptive we are in the Constitution for that.
Okay, National Constitution Committee for 1 minute.
I would just note closing date appears, it says the application package before the final closing date. Closing date is not defined in the Constitution. It's not defined in the rules for candidate nominations. The rules for candidate nominations define close of nominations. Those rules also define closing notice. They do not define closing date, so I'm not sure of the meaning there. Also, there's a prohibition on the authority. It says except in very rare circumstances. There's no language to tell us in the Constitution what that would entail. And finally, just to the proponent's point, that's not National Constitution Committee's, that wasn't them putting forward the rules, it was a subcommittee of National Council. So you can blame me on both, but I want to leave my Constitution Committee in the clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker in favor for 30 seconds, please.
Yes, my name is Tim McNaughton, Etobicoke Lakeshore. I just want to say that just because the National Council put something out, you can still change it without us being able to do anything. So it sounds to me like you didn't do your job of getting out to us and discussing it so that some things that could have been amended can't. So that's why people are mad at you. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers opposed for 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. God knows I was pissed off as not quite as much as a lot of people in this room perhaps at how our candidate selection process, if you want to call that, went. But this is a highly problematic resolution, as has been pointed out. There's troublesome language in it. We're prohibiting council from doing something except under rare circumstances. I don't know what that is. My steak was overcooked or something like that. We cannot allow this kind of loose language, for lack of a better term, in our Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. I just want to add, too, there was extensive consultation on the rules package that was put forward over the fall. A lot more consultation with probably a lot more people than we have here. And we're a party of the grassroots. So to speak to most of these resolutions or amendments, I would say we're starting to sound more like liberals. We're trying to codify everything. We're a party of common law and freedom. We don't do that. We got to start to, if you're concerned about how National Council works, run for it. Run for the committees. Get involved. Vote no.
All right, rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Yes, she had mentioned that it wasn't defined. It actually was defined. 14 days is how much they're supposed to give all the applicants a warning to get in their last paperwork. But there have been 8 amendments by National Council which the whole membership was not aware of. It's since 2020. We can't even keep up with it. And we need a 2-week warning period just for the fairness of the process. It needs to be in the Constitution where it's not going to be constantly amended. It's about fairness.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll call the question on C12 for a vote. All those in favor of proposal C12, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, C12 is defeated.
Where's 12.B? Ah, yes.
All right. I was at the party's founding convention in 2005, and I don't think I've ever seen this mechanism used. But so as I mentioned earlier, there is a provision of the Constitution that allows 100 delegates from 100 ridings to submit an item to be considered in the constitutional workshop. Last night we received proposal for item C, what has now become item C12.5. We had to add it to the agenda somewhere. As the moderator, I used my discretion to add it after the regional priorities, which we've now just concluded. So the first 12 items were all identified as regional priorities through the process leading to the convention. The items that follow were ranked by priority through the process, and given the effort I'm sure that was required by the proponents of this motion, I felt it made sense to deal with at this point in the agenda. So I will call upon Ms. Enns, I believe, as the proponent who gathered the 100 signatures to speak to proposal C12.
Rachel Enns, Vernon Lake Country, Monashee. I'm a 2-term member of National Policy Committee, a former member of National Constitution Committee. NPC and NCC shepherd the process to bring policies and constitution amendments to the convention, but we're excluded from having a voice on the Convention Planning Committee. This proposal will ensure one NPC and NCC member will have a voice to offer our perspective in how the convention is scheduled and structured. And I want to thank all 120 delegates who signed this and got this to the floor. Way to go, mission accomplished.
All right, thank you. No, there's no technical commentary, so we'll go to another speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
Good morning, everyone. Gabriel Theriault, Richmond, Arthabasca. As a 3-term member of National Policy Committee and a 2-term member of Constitution Committee, I could tell you that this proposal is very good for us. It will allow us to have a bona fide say on how the affairs of Constitution and policy will be conducted during convention. Vote for that. You will never regret that.
Thank you. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. I actually signed this to bring it forward.
All right, 1 second. Let's restart the clock. Mr. Tulloch for 30 seconds.
I signed this, the petition to bring this forward, but I struggle. I've read it like 3 or 4 times now. I really struggle to see what it does. With the proviso causes me trouble as a term. And are they able to bring recommendations? Are they only allowed to vote? The language just isn't precise enough for what they're trying to achieve here. I think we can wait another 2 years.
Full voting member. It's on the screen.
Sorry, give Mr. Tulloch back another 10 seconds.
I just want to say, that's effing rude, man. There's microphones here. Get to them. Pisses me off. Anyway.
I'll give you another 10 seconds, just given the interruption.
Anyway,
sorry.
in conclusion, we can come back to this in 2 years' time, get the support of your region, bring it forward, and we'll discuss hopefully a better edit and a better drafted resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other speaker opposed for 30 seconds? I think that was a wave off, so no. So a rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. I am in favor of this proposal. It will lead to better collaboration and a better convention for all of our members. We have in the proposal that on each of these committees, from the representative from the National Policy and Constitution Committee, those representatives will be full voting members of the Convention Planning Subcommittee. Please vote in favor of this proposal so that we can have a better collaborative communication across our party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll call the question for a vote. So again, it's on the screen or was handed out. It's not in the booklet. It's a one-pager. All those in favor of item C 12.5, please raise your cards. All those opposed? I think we should count that. So the counters into their positions, please. Yeah. So all those in favor, please raise your cards. Hold them high until you've been counted. Thank you. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your cards and hold them until you've been counted. Yeah. See, it was within 100. That's worth. Okay. So item C12.5. Votes in favor, 441. Votes opposed, 325. That will move through to the plenary session tomorrow. Okay. At the request of the room, I will ask that if you're speaking to a proposal and you're not as tall as the microphone, please make sure you tilt the microphone down and that you're speaking into it clearly so everyone can hear you. We're moving on now to the ranked items. So these are items that move through the, not regional priorities, not through the constitutional process of 16.4. These are items that were ranked in priority using Ideas Labs. And I'm going to pass over the moderation duties for the next little while so I can take a break to Chad Bowie, my co-moderator, and maybe I'll get back later. We'll see. It's not that scripted.
Hi, everyone. Morning. We're on to C13. 1 minute introduction from the sponsoring EDA. Go ahead.
Joanne Norland Carroll, Thunder Bay Rain River. Each EDA board exists to elect an MP. Specific knowledge and skills are necessary to run a winning election campaign. It cannot be assumed that candidates, especially new and inexperienced candidates, have the knowledge and skills that are required to run an effective campaign. Training is also necessary for EDA board members and volunteers that make up the campaign team. Every electoral district matters. Every electoral district should be considered a winnable riding, a possible seat in the House. To help them succeed, it is necessary for the party to provide the specific training so that each EDA has a team at the ready that can be mobilized for an election. This resolution is about equipping the candidates and the campaign team with skills, knowledge, and experience to win.
Okay, thank you. That's time. Do we have a technical? No? Okay. Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Joanne Norland Carroll, Thunder Bay Rainy River. There is a science to a federal election campaign that consists of important steps that ultimately lead to get out the vote. The party has institutional knowledge and experience to teach EDAs what is required. For the 2019 election, Victory School Training consisted of many courses on key aspects of campaigns. Let's train and run the best campaigns possible.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. Like several resolutions prior to this, it doesn't need to be in our Constitution. We certainly don't need wording by continually preparing as board members to be election ready. That goes without saying in terms of what the directive is. Please don't bulk up our Constitution with things that really aren't constitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Al Sebring, Ponoka Didsbury. What Gord said, plus I just want to address what was said at the outset. Some candidates may not have the experience and may need the training. Maybe a fair point, but I ask myself, then why did we nominate them as a candidate? Sorry.
Thank you. And we'll 30 seconds rebuttal from the sponsoring EDA.
Joanne Norland Carroll, Thunder Bay Rainy River. We want a Conservative win in the next election. We don't want the same disaster as last time. We want each candidate to have the best chance. We want teams to run confidently, exciting, fulfilling, successful. A vote for this resolution is a vote for a Conservative win in the next election. Let's bring it home.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor, cards high in the air, please. Okay, opposed? Okay, the motion's defeated.
C14, I told this word should be out. It was incorrect here. It is correct on Ideas Lab. So this isn't.
Moving on to C14.
Yes.
With C14, I will note in the package there is a typo. It does not appear on Ideas Lab, so it's not an error on the screen or an error in the resolution. It's an error in the package only, and it's the word whose in the last sentence of 14.1 should be eliminated. So I just want to clarify that point before we move on to a 1-minute introduction from the sponsoring EDA.
Thank you. Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. In the nomination rules that were recently passed, which we've been discussing here today, the rules included for the first time that disqualified applicants would be given the reasons for their disqualification. This proposal enshrines this in the Constitution and also extends it to candidates. I don't know if current sitting MPs are aware of this, but the current rules say that a nomination candidate, which includes an MP, can be disqualified at any time with no reasons provided. Yes, there are bad candidates that should be disqualified, but we are the party of the due process and rule of law and procedural fairness. Candidates should be given a meaningful appeal of the reasons for their disqualification. Please vote for this proposal for a fair and transparent candidate approval process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Technical commentary, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. National Council notes that this particular proposal we heard this when we were doing our consultations on updating the rules, and we put it in the rules at section 5G with one important difference. We didn't require that the person that was on the receiving end of the reasons for their disqualification sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's required under the proposed rules. We didn't think that a non-disclosure agreement was appropriate. If National Council disallows a candidate and sends them reasons, we don't want to muzzle them. That person ought to be able to go public with the reasons that they were disqualified.
Okay, speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Josh Boys, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Just want to draw a couple of your attention to a couple of points. This was drafted to protect the party and be transparent to the disqualified candidate. I think we are not trying to say that there is, sometimes there's not a reason to disqualify. We just believe that there needs to be transparency for the candidates that are disqualified, and we want to protect the party. And to the gentleman's point, we think that the non-disclosure agreement is an important element of that, and so I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. Served on the party's arbitration committee for quite some time, National Council, the policy constitution committees. What I would say is this would also still tie the hands of the party in the case of public dispute over these things. And this is something we already face, where basically there are candidates that have to be disallowed. The disallowed candidate then goes out and can say whatever they want about what happened. And the party sort of has their hands tied as it is with confidentiality.
Thank you, that's time.
Okay. Yeah. Vote no.
Oh, and speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer, going on that very same point I think was brought up. So if you're a candidate who's disqualified and you want to know what was said about you, you have to swear, agree to a non-disclosure to never tell anybody about it. There could be libelous things in there. There could be fraud committed to get you disqualified, and you will have signed a non-disclosure agreement, so you can't tell anybody else about it. The logical circle we run around in this is terrible.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll allow 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. I realize this whole non-disclosure agreement is causing some dissension here. The reason we put that in is that protect the party from lawsuits, and we do not want our dollars spent on frivolous lawsuits. Now, if National Council wants to release more data and give the person the ability to share that, then that's great. The non-disclosure agreement can be read that way. But we want to protect our party and protect our candidates from from being disallowed without
Thank you.
due
That's
process.
time.
Thank
And we'll move to the vote. All those in favor of the resolution, raise your cards in the air. Opposed? Okay, we got to count that, so I'll ask our counters to get in place. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your cards in the air. Hold your cards until you've been counted, please. Okay, all opposed, cards in the air. Please keep your cards up until you're counted. Oh, sorry. This is both of those parts.
Yeah.
Okay. The votes opposed are 437. The votes in favor, 255. The motion is defeated. Moving on to C15. C15, we'll do a 1-minute introduction from Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Steve McLeod from Calgary Signal Hill. Many detailed changes have been proposed to our nomination rules today, but even if several pass, critical gaps are going to remain. This different approach sets guardrails and fills any gaps in how the nomination rules will be written in the future. It clarifies the relationship between national and local committees that's not currently defined in the Constitution. National's role should be one of oversight, not overreach, establishing and acting according to a consistent national standard. It says that any EDA meeting that standard must be afforded the opportunity to hold a nomination that is fair, open, contested, and timely. It requires the party to demonstrate and act on a nationally consistent plan to run coast-to-coast nominations between elections and allow for true force majeure situations. The language is concise, designed to be intentionally situational and complement, not conflict with other nomination proposals, many of which we've co-sponsored. We thank you in your support in closing this critical gap in the Constitution.
Thank you. I understand we have technical commentary from National Council. 1 minute.
Thank you. National Council notes that having a nomination process consistent with a national standard is too vague to be in the Constitution. We're not sure which national standard, the national standard, or a national standard. It's too unclear to be interpreted in a Constitution.
Good morning. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
National Constitution Committee notes that Section 14.2.1, as proposed, describes National Candidate Selection Committee operates in an oversight capacity. We would submit that that would necessarily require an amendment to 14.1 of the Constitution, because 14.1 says the National Candidate Selection Committee that shall have the right to disallow the candidacy of any person before or after nomination by the Electoral District Association. So it's inherently incongruous, and it can't be put forward without an amendment to 14.1.
Thank you. Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Good morning. Joanne Burse from Calgary Signal Hill. We've heard many times today that the ad hoc committee has already updated the nomination rules, but the changes are not robust enough. In the last election, 105 EDAs were not afforded the opportunity for a nomination. This proposal keeps recruitment strong and restores member choice. A national standard provides fairness. Local nominations give legitimacy and increases donors and volunteers. In the very, very rare exception where an appointment is necessary, local consent should be a priority.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. Half of what we've been talking about here today could have been probably solved with a robust campaign postmortem in camera right after the election. We do not need to overcorrect. I totally agree with this other speaker's point about nominations needing to be fair. I also don't think we should piecemeal codify things in our Constitution willy-nilly. We just need to be better at getting more involved in the process. I've had to recruit candidates before that have to be appointed. Let's not start tying everything up in the Constitution this way. Vote no.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds. Okay. Seeing none, I'll allow for rebuttal.
Thank you, Chair. I reject the technical commentary on the inconsistency of 14.1 and 14.2. I would actually argue that maintaining the current ability of National Council to do disqualifications is exactly an oversight capacity that they would be allowed to do, and that the rules should be framed to allow that. That is exactly why we're saying the rules shall be framed to. They are allowing them to write the rules in a way that is consistent with a timely, open, contested, and fair nomination. It's a different approach than detailed rules that have been proposed.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor of C15, raise your cards in the air, please. Okay. Opposed? Cards in the air. I think we'll count it just to be sure. I'll ask the counters to get in place, please. I'll also make the point, there's lots of seats here in the front for voting delegates. We do ask that you seat here in the front half of the room for your vote to be vote to be counted. Okay. All in favor, cards in the air, please. Please hold your card in the air until your vote's been counted. Okay, all those opposed, please put cards in the air. Yeah. Yeah, get our good side, but yeah. Like Ron Burgundy. It is harder to see from here, you're right. Okay, votes in favor of C15, 314. Votes opposed, 397. The motion is defeated. C16 will allow for 1 minute of introduction from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Kelly Block, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. To be prepared for and win the next election, we need to nominate top quality, hardworking candidates. Having a national nomination schedule will help to attract these candidates. Additionally, a national nomination schedule will help our hardworking party officials plan for and execute rigorous and fair nominations across Canada. This proposal is intentionally silent on many details. There are many variables that can impact nominations, and I don't believe the Constitution needs to be so prescriptive as to tie the hands of our officials. But I do believe we need to have a schedule which will attract strong candidates and strengthen our party's electoral chances in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have technical commentary from National Council. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Yep, National Council notes that, like other proposals we've been through today, this one is over-prescriptive and will tie the hands of National Council. For instance, there is no way to amend the schedule once it's pushed out. National Council needs to have the ability to be flexible and account for the very different local aspects of each nomination process. And so a national schedule that cannot be amended is not practical. Thank you.
Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Hi there, Chris Moe in Calgary Crowfoot, proving once again I'm not just about the no. In this one, I would encourage you to support it. It's a simple amendment to and all they're really asking for is a list. So it's in a timetable agenda. So we all go to work, and Monday morning we want to find out how our week and how our month and how our year is going. So in terms of appropriate planning for all of our EDAs and all of our volunteers, all we're asking for is a list and a timeline. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Okay. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds. Speaker opposed? Well, seeing as there's nothing to rebut, I suppose we'll move to the vote. All in favor, cards in the air. Oh.
There was comments from National Council in opposition to the proposal, so I would please, can I have a response?
Point taken. Yes, 30-second rebuttal.
Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. With respect to the comments from National Council, I would note that National Council could republish the schedule at any time and amend it. They just need to inform the impacted EDAs. It's purposely worded so that they can change things, but that there is a national schedule. Please vote for this. Right now, the rules passed by National Council have the executive director calling nominations at any time with no certainty. We need certainty for our candidates.
That's time. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor, cards in the air, please. All opposed? Motion's carried.
Yes.
C-17. 1 minute introduction from Burnaby North Seymour.
Ian Provan, Burnaby North Seymour. The heading to Article 17 of our Constitution suggests that readers are about to discover how the Constitution will be enforced when it is threatened. But in this hope, they are disappointed. There is, in fact, nothing about the enforcement of the Constitution in the article headed Enforcement of the Constitution. This is remarkable. It's serious as a deficit. Proposal 813 addresses it by proposing the creation of an elected Constitutional Oversight Committee. Any 10 members of the party who believe that the Constitution has been breached may appeal to this committee. Timelines are specified within which the committee must respond and, where necessary, impose sanctions. The Constitution shall govern the affairs of the party, says Article 17, and I'm sure that everyone in this room agrees with that. But this is an empty statement if our Constitution has no ability to bite back against those who don't abide by it. I urge you to vote for this common sense proposal that gives it the teeth that it needs.
Thank you. We'll have 1 minute of technical commentary from each National Council member.
Thank you. National Council notes that this proposed amendment or addition would effectively create a body that subordinates National Council. So National Council would not be the ultimate governing body of the party that is responsive to its members. And also there is a membership revocation bylaw that National Council has passed that allows for a procedure to revoke a person's membership if they are in breach of the code of conduct, certain ethics, and so forth. There's also a volunteer code of conduct that allows for certain sanctions as well.
Constitution Committee notes that this would, in fact, be a very powerful body. It would supersede the authority of National Council. And I would note that it would be comprised of, it's a movement away from regional representation. It would be comprised of one person from BC, one person from Alberta. Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and the North get one person. Ontario gets 2 persons. Quebec gets 1 person. And the Atlantic provinces, all 4 of us, get 1 person. So that would be a body that supersedes the authority of National Council. And I would also note that there's language, it's at one point it says propose sanctions, but then it moves on to say recommend sanctions and indicates that National Council must impose the sanctions that the committee prescribes.
Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Rachel Enns, Vernon Lake Country, Monashee. Who holds National Council to account when National Council breaches the Constitution? Meeting schedule was not published this year. Minutes were not distributed as according in our Constitution. There were breaches, and there is no mechanism in place to hold them accountable.
Okay. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. Listen, I totally get what you guys are trying to do here. But as the constitutional expert who I have to go talk to at some point, ably pointed out there are serious issues. We're creating essentially this super board that has more power than National Council about how things are run. The representation regionally is now different from how we set it up. You want to hold National Council to account? Hold them to account by not making them on National Council the next time around. Please vote this down. Thank you.
The Speaker opposed, 30 seconds. Oh. A rebuttal?
The heading to Article 17 makes it clear that some people at some time thought it was a good idea for our Constitution to say something about its own enforcement. Unfortunately, they forgot to follow through, leaving us all to wonder exactly what to do about cases where the Constitution is ignored. This flaw in our core document needs to be taken very seriously by all of us, including all of us in the room who hope that their proposals, if they pass today, will actually govern our future conduct. So please vote for this proposal.
Okay, and we'll proceed to the vote. All in favor of C17, please raise your cards in the air. Keep them in the air for me, thank you. All those opposed? The motion's defeated. C18. 1 minute introduction from Burnaby North Seymour.
Ian Provan, Burnaby North Seymour. Article 4 of our Constitution offers significant voting and other privileges to members of the Conservative Party, including voting for the leader, voting for and standing for election as an EDA board member, or as a delegate to this convention. In other words, it offers access to considerable political power. And what do we ask of people who desire this power? Astonishingly, only a self-declaration of their eligibility, a very small fee, and a short wait time of 21 days, after which they become full party members, no questions asked. And all the time we keep on saying in public how very worried we all are about the issue of foreign interference in Canadian politics. I suggest to you that this is irresponsible behavior on our part, and we need to change it. If you agree, you should vote for Proposal 909, which mandates eligibility verification checks before someone is given all the privileges of membership. Again, it's simply common sense.
Thank you. Seeing no technical commentary, I'll move on to a speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Gavin Marshall, North End, Cooper Capilano. I'm speaking in favor. This group has already voted down C9, which was this proposal is more nuanced to deal with the issue of membership. It seeks to strike a new balance and to preserve trust. Membership in the political party is, for most people, the point of entry into our democracy. 909 incrementally increases scrutiny. It is a check, as the word says, at the front end where it belongs. Folks, Last year we had the
That's
Hogan
time.
inquiry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker
Please vote
opposed,
yes.
30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer, this is entirely unworkable. If we have a nomination process happening and, I don't know, Calgary, a riding, signs up 3,000 people, we're supposed to, as a party, check them to see if they're actually deserve a membership within 3 weeks, and that's happening all across the country potentially. This is an entirely unworkable constitutional change. Please do not support this. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. I understand that these things arise from various frustrations that some folks have over specific incidents. I would say this. We cannot, we probably should not codify and govern every firing synapse that every employee or national council member or whoever has in this party. We have to address problems by getting engaged, not by trying to fill the vacuum with mounds and mounds of red tape and rules. Please vote no.
30 seconds of rebuttal from Burnaby North Seymour.
In our own policy declaration, we promised to support, quote, robust measures to counter foreign interference in our elections. If we're serious, we need to begin with robust measures to ensure that people on our own membership list are in fact eligible to be there. And then during elections, we continue as before, requiring proof that the voter is the person on the membership list. It's not complicated. It's simply a matter of requiring proper documentation uploaded at the point of entry to the party. So please vote for this proposal.
Okay, we'll proceed to the vote. All those in favor, cards in the air, please. All those opposed? Motion is defeated. C19.
Delegates, I rise in support of C19-1006. This submission strengthens our party's ability to win elections by closing real operational gaps. EDAs are powered by dedicated volunteers, yet they are expected to deliver results without consistent training, modern tools, or coordinated support. That uneven capacity costs us close races. C19-1006 gives National Council a clear mandate to work with EDAs to build what wins elections, standardizing training, shared technology, a national volunteer registry, practical campaign systems that every EDA can rely on. This is about readiness, coordination, and execution, focused solely on electoral success. It turns best practices into standard practices across the country. If we want a stronger, more competitive party in every riding, then you need to vote yes for C19-1006. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no technical commentaries, I'll hear from a speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
Speaker in favor? Anybody?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we were late at the mic. I just had a quick comment on this from Constitution Committee. I would say that there are many nice to haves in this submission. There are many good, solid recommendations here, but we would submit that it's overly prescriptive for the Constitution and that the existing provision meets the needs of the party. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Okay, my name is Julie Mosqueda, and I'm Oakville East EDA, and I'm ex-military, and I am surprised that we have no standard operating procedures, nothing coming from on top. Used to be in the Army, media lines would come from above, and everybody would have an idea of what's going on. We don't. There's no national training, there's no nothing. Every EDA, sorry, you're on your own. Vote yes.
Okay. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. As was noted by the constitutional expert, much of this is frankly unactionable. It shouldn't be in our policy, in our constitution, I'm sorry. And it's far too prescriptive in other areas. Please, we cannot bulk up our constitution with this kind of detail and frankly fluff in a lot of it. Please vote this down. Thank you.
Okay, speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Hi there, Chris Moen, Calgary Crowfoot. Just like Gord Talk, This is a laundry list that is being written into our Constitution. We simply should not be putting laundry list items into our Constitution. If you want to have a standard operating procedures and if you want to have training, happy to come on out to, from Alberta here in Calgary, Canada, and provide the training. But please vote no to this one, just simply because it's far too prescriptive. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebuttal, 30 seconds.
To my good friends Gord and Chris, I think if it's too detailed, it doesn't work. If it's not detailed enough, it doesn't work, right? What if the best EDAs could share their practices with everyone else? We raise the floor of all the EDAs. We make the good EDAs so much better. I get the argument, and I get also that Rome wasn't built in a day. But this constitutional amendment helps us maybe build the foundations for Rome. Vote yes.
Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Defeated.
Okay. Motion is defeated. C20 will allow for 1 minute of introduction from Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Joanne Norland Carroll, Thunder Bay Rainy River. Thank you. Regional meetings are the most democratic and transparent part of the policy and constitution process. The top-ranking policy and constitution resolutions at a regional meeting go directly to convention without the Ideas Lab voting. Through regional meetings, members from all EDAs across the country, large or small, urban or rural, dense or sparsely populated, have a chance to be heard. Only our regional meeting in Thunder Bay engaged Zone A, Northern Ontario. Consider distances. With the majority of natural resources found in northern, remote, and rural areas of Canada, it is important for those areas to have a voice too. We have great things happening in regional meetings in the West and so on. But what about the rest of the country? Vote for regional meetings and engage all of Canada.
Thank you. Do we have technical commentary? No. I'll look for one speaker in favor. 30 seconds.
Greg Hussey, Thunder Bay Rainy River. Regional meetings are a fair and democratic process. We need to engage all of Canada and not just parts of Canada. We are blessed to live on the second largest land on the face of this planet. And we have diverse priorities from north to south, east to west. And we have great examples of that in Ontario, where we are from. And just from where we live to southern Ontario, it's a 16-hour drive. You go from manufacturing to in-the-ground resources. So all of Canada needs to be represented. Regional meetings will help do that.
Thank you. Speaker opposed. 30 seconds.
Rachel Enns, Vernon Lake Country, Monashee. I love regional meetings. I champion them and organize them in BC. Unfortunately, amendments are not allowed, and I would have proposed 2 amendments to remove the line in the groupings that match NPC representatives for geographic regions, and a top-ranking proposal from each regional meeting. These 2 clauses will handcuff Alberta and BC's regional meetings.
Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I like the idea of this in general. It's specifically the last part about Ideas Lab that I take issue to. Ideas Lab in general, it's a specific tool. It's something that ideally, eventually, we should improve upon and switch to a new tool that's a bit better than Ideas Lab, and something that prescriptive, specifying the specific tool Ideas Lab doesn't belong in the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds of rebuttal from Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Joanne Norland Carroll, Thunder Bay Rainy River. Things are going great in the West and so on, but what about the rest of Canada? Get them involved. Vote for regional meetings and promote democracy in action. True regional priorities, friendly competition and unity between provinces. EDAs motivating other EDAs. Quality resolutions. Vote for regional meetings and engage all of Canada.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor, cards in the air. All those opposed? The motion is defeated. C21. Do we have a 1-minute introduction from the sponsoring EDA?
Hi, it's John Malash from Pickering, Brooklyn. This resolution is about the most basic requirements for winning elections: certainty. Candidates and volunteers give enormous time and money and effort to build campaigns, but right now EDAs are left waiting, even wondering if they're fully prepared to nominate. The uncertainty doesn't just slow us down, it drives good candidates away. It drains volunteer energy and costs us momentum that we can't afford. Resolution 1042 provides a simple fix, a clear, predictable 8-month national nomination window announced across the country at the same time. Within that window, local EDAs choose their own nomination date. The National Council keeps full oversight and can still shorten the window if an election is called. And what this ends is a system where associations are ready but blocked. Candidates invest without knowing the rules, and volunteers burn out waiting for permission. Strong campaigns start early. Serious candidates need clarity. Delegates, this isn't about power. It's about planning, fairness, and treatment of EDAs as partners in victory. Please support 1042.
Before I get to the technical commentaries from National Council and National Constitution Committee, I will ask for the people in the back of the room. It's getting a little noisy and we're having a hard time hearing at the front, so I'd ask you to please keep it down or move the discussions into the hall. Technical commentary, 1 minute.
Thank you. National Council will note once again that this proposed rule is over-prescriptive, does not belong in the Constitution. It belongs in the rules that National Council passed in December of 2025, where it's dealt with much more fulsomely at Articles 3 and Article 4. Thank you.
Constitution Committee submits that, unfortunately, this is void for uncertainty. We're not certain what it says nomination meetings must be called by the party for a minimum of an 8-month period for all electoral district association at the same time. We're not sure what time frame that's referencing. It says in the case of a quick election call. I don't know if that's meant to be a writ drop or not, but I'm not sure of the definition of quick election, and therefore we submit it's void for uncertainty.
Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's up to the party to decide that 8-month window, so I think it's very clear. I disagree with the speaker there. And the other thing is it's very simple. And the way the Constitution was, it does not address this because lots of ridings were waiting for the permission in the party to have a nomination meeting, and they delayed and delayed and delayed until there was no time left, and then they had another point or whatever it is. EDAs need to have control in order to have a successful election. Just look at...
That's time, thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk Red Deer, this is far too vague and prescriptive at the same time. These kinds of words do not belong in our Constitution. They belong in our rules that the National Council sets. I entirely empathize with the frustration that happened in the last series of nominations or lack of nominations. This is not a workable piece to add to our Constitution. And by the way, what if one person crosses the floor and it's 3 weeks before the election or whatever? We may not have an 8-month period.
That's time, thank you. Well, speaker opposed for 30 seconds. Done. We'll allow for a rebuttal. 30 seconds of rebuttal.
Avni Jain, youth delegate from Pickering, Brooklyn. This resolution is about being election ready. Strong campaigns start early with candidates nominated and teams building momentum. Too many EDAs are stuck waiting for permission even when they're ready, weakening our ground game and discouraging strong candidates. 1042 creates a clear national 8-month nomination window, letting EDAs choose their date while allowing National Council flexibility for a snap election. It's a practical fix to strengthen local campaigns and help us compete sooner everywhere. I ask for your support on 1042. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the question. All those in favor? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Proceed to C22. We'll have 1 minute of introduction from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Currently, the territories each have a separate representative on National Council, 3 representatives in total. These spots have been hard to fill. My understanding is that the spot in Northwest Territories, no one ran for. The 3 territories combined have a smaller population and membership than most ridings in the rest of Canada. Why do the 3 seats in the north have more representatives than Alberta and BC, which have far more ridings and seats and members? Merging this National Council seat would make it easier to fill, would make it easier for National Council to hold in-person meetings, and the National Policy and Constitution Committee in our Constitution only have 1 representative from the north. So there is precedent within our Constitution to do this. Please vote for this proposal for representative democracy in National Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Technical commentary, 1 minute.
The Constitution Committee notes that moving away from regional representation in this context would certainly be a departure from what we see in our parliamentary bodies, and I would say would put us offside with the composition of our parliamentary bodies. So,
point of order, Chair. Respectfully, that was not at all technical commentary. That was editorializing about a substantive issue that fits perfectly appropriately in the Constitution. In addition to being wrong.
Thank you for the point. The National Council and National Policy Committee are permitted to provide perspective or commentary, and that would fall under the perspective category. Do we have a speaker in favor for 30 seconds?
Thank you, Chair. Garnet Jenna, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Just respectfully, what was just said by National Council is totally incorrect. There are 3 members of Parliament in the north and 3 national councillors. There are also 3 national councillors for the entire province of Quebec, which has far more than 3 members of Parliament. So if we're going for consistency there, I would just as well point out that in the last few conventions, there has only been 1 person put their name forward.
That's time. Thank
you. So they still be acclaimed.
Hear, hear.
We have a speaker opposed. 30 seconds.
Leona Glucker from Nunavut. I was also the member of Parliament in Nunavut. For those members that are not aware, the 3 territories combined represent 40% of Canada's landmass. In my riding alone in Nunavut, that's the largest riding in Canada, perhaps the world, that covers 3 time zones, 25 isolated communities in 4 official languages.
That's time. Thank you very much. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
This me or? Okay. Brad Cathers, Yukon MLA for 23 years and past Reform Canadian Alliance National Councillor. Slashing a seat we've had for almost 40 years and abandoning regional representation, 1 seat to represent 40% of Canada, will anger and discourage our volunteers. If your province wants another seat, fine. We won the Yukon with 52% of the vote, and the CPC can win as well, but not by kicking us out in the cold.
Thank you. 30 seconds of rebuttal from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Levi Dirksen, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. With all due respect to our friends in the north, northern Saskatchewan is also vast. We have a riding that's 3/4 the size of the Yukon with 3/4 of the population. It does not get its own national councillor. Northern Ontario is vast, but each national councillor in Ontario represents over 30 ridings. This proposal would still have the highest per capita representation on national council from the north anywhere else in Canada. Please vote for fair representation on national council. Thank you.
Call the question.
Sorry, can I just ask for a point of order before you call the question? I would just like clarification from the National Constitution Committee chair. Every time she gets up and she says National Constitution Committee says X. What does that mean? Does that mean the National Constitution Committee reviewed each and every one of these things that you're saying and voted for them? Or is that just you saying, I'm on the National Constitution Committee and I have an opinion I want to share?
Thank you. Thank you. That's not a point of order. We'll proceed to the question. All those in favor, cards in the air, please. Opposed? We have to count that one. Okay. I think we'll count that one. I'll ask the counters to get in place. Okay. All those in favor, please hold your voting cards high in the air and keep them in the air until you've been counted. Okay. All those opposed?
The motion, C22, the resolution, votes in favor, 320. Votes opposed, 382. It is defeated.
Hello. I have a point of order, please.
Okay.
I don't understand what technical commentary means, and I was wondering if that could be defined more clearly. Thank you.
It's perspective or technical commentary that the National Council and National Constitution Committee are permitted to offer.
Point of order. A couple of other people have asked, Patrick Hanlon, St. John's East, and I serve the National Policy Committee, but I speak as an individual. A couple of other people have spoke about the commentary and perspective. If this is coming from the Constitution Committee, can we ask, if not today, at a future date, if there's actually minutes to approve that this is what the committee voted on, or is this something that the chair or somebody else has written up without consulting the committee and having the committee's remarks documented in the minutes officially?
Okay. Thank you for that. It'll be taken under advisement, but we do need to move on. We have 15 minutes left. We want to get through as many constitutional resolutions as we can. So I will move to C23 and will allow for a minute of introduction from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Josh Boys, Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. Our party hires outside organizations to support the work of the party, especially during leadership races. We believe it is an oversight that the neutrality requirement that extends to party staff and other appointed and elected officials does not also cover third parties in a contractual relationship with the party. We believe we have a strong leader and believe that he will receive support in the leadership review. As such, now is the time to make this addition to our Constitution.
Thank you. Seeing no technical commentary. Speaker in favor, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk Red Deer. I know it'll shock people I'm on this side of the mic. This is an excellent, the potential for abuse of a contracted person not being held to this standard in some of the most important functions this party performs needs to be addressed, needs to be put in our Constitution. This is an actionable thing that we can protect our party from nefarious people in a software company who don't like us and want to submarine us. This is important. Please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Joseph Richard, Calgary Centre. So I work for a tech company. I'm a software developer at a company that has 13,000 people. So I'm sure this company has contracts with various of these bodies, with other political parties too, with everyone. I mean, when you're a tech company with those many people, you have contracts with a bunch of people. I'm not involved with any of these, but if you read this literally, I wouldn't be able to vote in a leadership election or a nomination contest. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Ori Rubin, York Centre. This is incredibly broad, and would this block, for example, anyone employed by Canada Post or Rogers or Shaw, all of which are contracted? I would urge everyone here to vote against this resoundingly. Thank you.
Thank you. And 30 seconds of rebuttal from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Levi Dirksen, Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. I think there's an important oversight in the Constitution, has already been mentioned, and contractors of our party should be neutral in the nomination process. That being said, the comment about large organizations, I believe this would apply to those who are directly involved in the related nomination. If you're an employee of Canada Post, you're not directly involved in your employment capacity in the nomination. If you're an employee who has access to a membership list, say if you're auditing a leadership review vote, you should be required to be neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Cards in the air, please. All those opposed?
Okay, we'll count that one. Counters, please get in position. We're really making our volunteer counters work today. Looking for a raise next. Okay, I see counters. So all those in favor, cards high in the air, please keep them in the air until your vote's been counted. Okay, I see our counters moving back into position. All those opposed, please raise your cards in the air and leave them in the air until your vote's been counted. Okay, folks, we got a close one for C23. Votes in favor, 342. Votes opposed, 338. The motion is passed. That's why we count. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn things over to my co-moderator, Michael Wilson, for the last few submissions of the day.
Okay, we will turn to C24. So a representative from Foothills to speak as proponent.
Wade Nelson, Foothills, EDA. Currently, communication from the National Party office to its members is dominated by requests for money from the Conservative Fund. Between reports to delegates at conventions, usually once every 2.5 years, there is no financial reporting to members. We can only get financial information via Elections Canada. National Council does not regularly report to members, and the National Council meeting minutes are incomplete and lack the reports discussed at the meetings. Constitution C24 articulates principles for interaction with the grassroots and creates the framework for other more prescriptive changes to the Constitution being proposed at this convention. Thank you.
Thank you. No technical commentary perspective. Speaker in favor for 30 seconds. Okay, seeing none. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
I'm from delegate for University Rosedale. I would say C24 would be great if it looked on a party manifesto or like a pamphlet. This kind of very undetailed talk, like I appreciate the intention, but this is better left for a party pamphlet or some kind of flyer. If the intention is great, I feel like it could go into a lot more detail for a constitution. If I am able to like understand what it's saying, then it probably shouldn't be in the constitution. The constitution should be full of like legalese and gobbledygook. This isn't one of them.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker against for 30 seconds.
Hi, Daniel Blackmore, Cape Spear. Our party's constitution is about the functioning of the party. It's not about normative values statements. We're not the Liberal Party here, if I can be a bit trite. But our constitution needs to be a document about running the party and proceduralizing internal governance. It's not here for value statements. And the only thing it does when adding normative claims like this is further increase the unintelligibility of the document. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Thank you, John Barlow, Foothills. The value of this was announced earlier today when the fund talked about the credit where credit is due, the incredible job that they've done reducing the cost for every dollar that we've raised, and I think the fund should be congratulated for that. But the fact is the members don't know that except for every 2.5 years. I think as a grassroots party developed by the grassroots, real communication between the party and the fund and its members is integral. For that as an example, I know I could go to my EDA and my board members and they would be much more aggressive in fundraising knowing the actual facts behind the documents. I think that's why this is important.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? I think that's defeated. We are at 12 o'clock, which is the scheduled end time for the session. We did start 15 minutes late.
Oh, good.
So subject to the will of the room, I propose adding 15 minutes. I've spoken with the technical people that run the logistics. That's apparently possible. All in favor of extending for 15 minutes? All who would just want to go eat lunch? Okay. I want both of those things, but I think 15 minutes seems like a reasonable extension. All right, we will go on to the proposal C25. If I could have someone from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for 1 minute.
Patty Marler, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. In the lead up to past elections, sitting MPs who are in good standing with their caucus colleagues and their constituents have been threatened with undemocratic removal of their ability to be a candidate announced at the last minute. The purpose of this proposal, Constitution amendment, ensures that members of Parliament will be able to confidently represent their constituents MPs must be able to speak to issues without fear of reprisal and removal from running again by the party or party leader. The addition of this provision would protect a sitting MP from undemocratic removal by ensuring that the only way a sitting MP can be removed from running again is by resignation, a vote of member constituents, or a vote of caucus colleagues, the two bodies that MPs should be accountable to.
Thank you. Technical commentary or perspective?
Thank you. National Council notes that the rules that it passed for the nomination procedures in December deal with this issue at Section 3E. When we were doing our consultations with membership, we heard that they wanted a slightly higher bar than what you're seeing here. So I'd encourage you to refer to Section 3E to determine whether or not how you would like an MP to be protected.
Thank you. A speaker in favor for 30 seconds.
Yeah, 3E does not deal with this. 3E deals with instances of whether or not a nomination race takes place. This rule discusses the fact that an unelected backroom person cannot remove an MP unless a nomination takes place or unless they're removed by their caucus colleagues. Folks, in the lead up, in particular during the COVID period, we had good sitting MPs in good standing with their constituents and with their colleagues who were nonetheless threatened by a couple backroom people with undemocratic removal. That has to stop.
Thank you. That's time. A speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Gary Keller from Nipissing Temiskaming and candidate of record. You know, I am all in favor of trying to protect incumbents, especially in minority situations, but I don't think MPs have a God-given right to be entitled to a nomination, and I don't support this at all. I think it's undemocratic to have this. I agree, like I say, in minority situations to have certain circumstances available, but if an MP is not doing a good job, they should be challenged for their nomination.
Thank you. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. As Gary said, we don't need to be codifying entitlement for anybody in the Conservative caucus. This should not be an issue generally, and if there's a problem that needs to be addressed, it should be addressed by common sense, not in the Constitution, but in the conference room, face-to-face like normal human beings. Please vote no. We don't need this.
Thank you. Speaker in rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Yeah, with all due respect to my good friend Gary Keller, everything he said was right, but it does not align with the actual text of this motion. This motion says that sitting MPs can be subject to nomination challenges, they can be defeated in nomination challenges, and they will not be a candidate in the next election if they are defeated in a nomination challenge. It simply says that if an MP wins a nomination, if an MP is in good standing with their colleagues, then they can't be removed by a backroom person. This makes MPs accountable to their constituents and their colleagues. That's the way it should be.
Thank you. We will call the question. All those in favor of C25, please raise your cards. All those opposed? And that is carried through to plenary. C26. Can we have a speaker from Calgary Crowfoot for 1 minute, please?
Thank you. Jim Palmer, President of Calgary Crowfoot. Section 13 describes the composition of the policy committee, which we need. It also tells them to make an electronic ballot. There's nothing in between. There's a gap. So we need to give a mandate to the National Policy Committee how and what they're supposed to do. Proposition 1030 requires the National Policy Committee to perform a holistic assessment to make sure the policy is concise, categorized, no redundancies or outdated items, ensures their work is done completely and in a consistent manner. Thank you.
Thank you. No technical commentary or perspective. Is there another speaker in favor for 30 seconds?
That would be me, Gord from Red Deer. This is long overdue. We need to have this kind of housekeeping and clearing up of various elements over a period of time. I wish the last sentence was deleted, but other than that, it's a fine resolution for what we're trying to do to keep our policy declaration like it says in the last sentence, consistent and concisely articulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker opposed? Does the moving EDA wish to do a 30-second rebuttal?
Hi there, Chris Moen. Thanks, Jim Palmer, for allowing me to do the rebuttal, and thanks, Gord Talk, for really bringing forward. This is a short, concise resolution that does not become too prescriptive. This instructs our National Policy Committee in order to make our policy declaration more relevant. And so please vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Opposed? The motion's carried. C27, could a representative from Foothills to speak to the motion for 1 minute?
Hi, Karen Spencer from Foothills, Alberta. This proposal, holds National Council members accountable to the EDAs. So why do we need this change? National Council is the link between us, the members of the party, and the Conservative Fund, the leader, and the big direction our party is going. Between conventions, typically 2 or 3 years, the EDAs have no means of requiring councillors to present the grassroots. 2.5 years could span 2 national elections, a leadership election, and so on. So we have a big country, and some councillors have dozens of EDAs, and we know they have hundreds of kilometers to cover. They're unpaid volunteers, so what can we reasonably ask? What we're trying to do with C27 is articulate principles and lay out a clear minimal expectation for National Council members in their interaction with the grassroots. It really adds a method for recall as well by the EDAs if we feel that we're not getting the work that we need. We need National Council to be our effective link. Thank you.
That's time. Thank you. No perspective commentary. A speaker in favor for 30 seconds. Seeing none, we'll go to speakers opposed. 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. We elect as party members our national councillors. This sets up a mechanism where the presidents in the region can remove that person. Not us, the presidents. That's an abrogation of our democratic power to appoint those councillors in the first place. The only people who should put councillors in should be us, and the only people taking them out should be us. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Hi there, Chris Moen, Calgary Crowfoot. Just to put the Calgary and Alberta perspective, we currently at the provincial level have a recall effort that is absolutely failing. It is a very vocal minority. As Gord Talk just simply said, we as delegates should be elected. We should be able to remove them, not an unelected body. And if you really don't want your national council, run against them in the next EDA, or sorry, the next delegate selection committee meeting right here. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. Rebuttal for 30 seconds.
Thanks. Karen Spencer, Foothills. Again, C27 holds National Council members accountable to the EDAs. It names clear minimal expectations. We don't think that's unreasonable. The recall methodology, it does mention it's driven by EDA presidents, which is agreeing with what Gord Talk said. We think it's reasonable to mention because the period of 2 to 3 years is extremely long. There are connection to the Conservative Fund and our leadership. Let's keep that communication line open. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor of C27, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, that's defeated. Thank you. Okay, moving to C28, again from Foothills. Can I have a speaker for 1 minute in favor of the proposal?
Greg Steed, Foothills. This limits the number of National Council Constitution proposals. Currently, National Council can submit an unlimited number of Constitution proposals to Convention. This is unlimited from only 21 members. Contrast that to the 30 proposals from 343 ridings with many thousands of CPC members. C28 addresses this imbalance by limiting National Council to 3 proposals 3 amendments is sufficient for National Council to be able to address any sudden unexpected emergency which might occur just at the time of convention. Let's regain the spirit of grassroots policy and constitution and give the time and attention to our members' proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. National Council perspective?
Thank you. National Council notes that we did not put forward any constitutional amendments or proposals for your consideration at this convention.
Thank you. Another speaker in favor for 30 seconds? Okay. Speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Gord Talk, Red Deer. I understand the intent, but we could have a major calamity. There could be a change to the legislation. This is our Constitution. We may have to have a situation literally days before our convention where we have to do massive changes. And if our National Council is limited to just 3, we may not be able to function. Our Constitution may not be an operable document because we can't make amendments. Please, I understand the intent, but it just isn't workable. Please vote this down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker in favor, sorry, speaker opposed for 30 seconds.
Do you mind me doing this? Hi there. Just like Gord Talk said, please vote no to this one. National Council puts forward constitution amendments at their peril. They generally tend to, the biggest of opposition is that this abrogated or went around the Ideas Lab process. Yeah. So they absolutely have to be essentially short and concise. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebuttal for 30 seconds from the proponent, or on behalf of the proponent.
Yeah, Scott Reed, Leonard Frontenac. Look, if you have an emergency of the sort that Gord Tulk is raising, then it's easy to go out and do something that just happened today. Collect signatures from delegates from 100 ridings, you can put it on the floor. We've seen it happen. There's no need for National Council, I think, to even have the 3, but certainly to have an unlimited number.
Thank you. We will call the question. All of those in favor, please raise your cards.
Okay.
All of those opposed, please raise your cards. Defeated or count? Defeated or count? Okay. I think that motion is defeated. Okay, that brings us to 12:12. We wouldn't have time to get through another amendment, so thank you for your participation. I will...
Point of order. We still have some time on the clock. I think we could warrant a count at least.
Fine. I'm happy to put that last vote to account. All those in favor of it's back to C28, so the prior slide.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
C28. So we're going to put C28 to account per the request from the floor. So this is the National Council. All those in favor of C28, please raise your cards and hold them for the count.
Point of order.
I don't know where that came from, sorry. Yes.
So I'm not representing myself, but people elected me to come here and speak to this next policy. And I think you should ask the delegates if they want to extend the time. I don't think it should arbitrarily.
Okay, we're in the middle of the count, so we'll deal with this after the count.
Thank you.
All those opposed, please raise their... Okay, so on C28, the votes in favor were 182 and the votes opposed were 313. So the motion is defeated.
Okay, point of order.
Yeah.
So I don't think that you should arbitrarily call the end of the session. You extended it 15 minutes by a vote of the delegates. So I think to close it or extend it, you should ask the delegates again.
So the rules provided it to be closed at 3 hours after commencement.
But you extended it by the delegates, and so you have the discretion.
Yeah, I exercised the discretion to extend it for 15 minutes to account for the 15-minute late start. We dealt with the regional priorities as the first 12 items. We dealt with the 100 signatures amendment under 16.4 of the Constitution. And then we've dealt with ranked submissions for the last 2 hours or so. These last 3 submissions ranked the lowest in the process that led to the convention. Maybe next time they'll rank higher and be considered. But much of the room, and you'll see, has started to empty out. And so we're not going to continue a session that's already been extended when people have left to do other things. So
I challenge
Mr. Chair, I challenge that as well.
there's no basis in the there's no ability to challenge the chair.
I challenge the chair, so get another chair and let's follow the process.
I second the challenge. My name is Jeremy English from Vancouver Centre. I second the challenge.
I encourage you to look at the rules for the procedure. There's no ability to challenge the chair. Thank you. The session's adjourned.
We got the big room. We got the big room. Welcome, folks. Welcome, folks. Can we get everybody seated? Those voting delegates want to be inside of those white signs, those baffles. So come close, come down closer to the stage. Good. Yep. You must be seated in front of the center aisle as delegates voting in this session.
Alors, nous demandons que tous les délégués sont avant le centre pour être comptés ce jour dans les camarades délégués. Merci.
Okay, folks?
I want to welcome everyone as delegates to the Workshop C, which is Government. My name is Scott Lamb. I'm past president of the Conservative Party of Canada, and I'll be your chair and moderator today for this workshop session. I have the pleasure of working with Leila Goodrich, the great MP for Fort Mac. Let's hear it for Leila. Leila will be our parliamentarian today, and she will help me en français. So thanks very much for being here and helping us along as the parliamentarian. There will be simultaneous translation, and feel free to use the devices that are available at the back room. And I want to also introduce our scrutineers, Gabrielle Terreau, and Gary Malone, and Amir Khan, and Levi Dirksen. So let's give a hand for all our great volunteers that are helping us today. Now, just a brief rundown on our proceedings and how we'll operate this afternoon. The rules were passed in December of 2025, and for those that are familiar with our conventions and being at the last number of them, these rules are virtually identical. And they are all found in the website and your convention app. They're not in the handout booklet, but they are available in the app and on the website. So if you want to look for the detailed rules, you can. Our rules, of course, supersede Robert's Rules of Order. And I want to set some parameters for you folks to understand and how we're proceeding. First, only delegates present in the room will be entitled to vote, and you have to be in beyond the dividing aisle in front of those white signs that you see behind you if you're right here in the front. And you must have a voting card. You're only going to get one voting card, so hang on to it, and be seated when you vote. The submissions that are before you have been vetted and advanced through the Ideas Lab, and we have 21 in total in this workshop session. Only the top 10 will be voted to proceed in the plenary session. So we have 180 minutes for our business to review as many of these as possible, and accordingly, here's how the voting process will work. There will be a proposer, and they will be given up to 1 minute. And then there will be a speaker in favor, 30 seconds, and a speaker opposed, 30 seconds, and then a speaker again opposed, 30 seconds, and a rebuttal of the proposer. And then we'll call the vote. I ask all the proposers and the people speaking to please give their name and the riding that they are from. The submissions on the screen that you're going to see have been trimmed to fit the space that we have in our screen. All new text is included, however, and it's just been deleted or is unaltered with respect to the content of the actual submission. Now, just a bit of a warning for all, points of order will tend to slow down the proceedings if there's a volume of them, and we want to leave as much time available for actual debate over these submissions. So in an effort to move things along, please hold your points of order unless they're absolutely necessary. Now, in calling for the vote, you will have your vote card issued to you, and you hold it up for, and then we'll ask for those against, and we'll be recording the votes with the scrutineers on the floor, who will then be bringing them up to the tallying by the chief scrutineer for the count. And the vote will be announced, and my determination as chair and moderator will be final and binding. Now, a submission will be advanced based on the ranking of percentage vote in favor, and it'll be the top 10. And if there is by any chance a percentage vote that is a tie, we will go to the absolute vote to make that determination in terms of the ranking. And at the end of the session, we will announce all of those votes by percentage and absolute vote. And I will announce those top 10 and ask for a motion to confirm the results. So, en français.
Alors, bienvenue tout le monde à Calgary. C'est vraiment un plaisir d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui. Juste un petit peu, nous avons la traduction qui est capable simultanée pour tous les procès. Alors, s'il vous plaît, trouvez un casque pour avoir la traduction simultanée. Ainsi, il y a certains dispositifs de cette présentation qui ont été coupés pour s'adapter à l'espace disponible sur l'écran et tout le nouveau texte est inclus, mais certains textes supprimés qui ont été non modifiés ou non affectés peuvent pas être affichés. Veuillez référer au document imprimé sur le texte de la submission pour le texte dans son intégrité. And so just a reminder, we have simultaneous translation available if you would like to get the simultaneous translation so you can hear your submissions in either English or French. There are headsets available, so please go and use those. And we can accept both points of order and presentations from delegates in either of the two official languages. Alors, nous pouvons accepter des submissions pour et contre des différentes submissions, ainsi que les points des rappels au règlement dans les deux langues officielles. Merci.
Thank you very much. That's great. And let's get underway, folks. Those proposers, get to the mics, and people get ready to launch. We're going in the order of what you see in the booklet. I'll announce the submission number and the riding, and then ask for the proposer to speak. And once again, you're given 1 minute to run through that, and then we go from there. Can I have the first submission from 965? It's veterans and veteran recognition. Can we have the proposer, please? Have we got the proposer?
C'est Lévi Lebotinière.
Hi, my name is Vincent Kunda, le délégué de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. I support this resolution for the recognition of our veterans because there's no greater symbol of this country than the maple leaf, a symbol of unity between East and West. Each veteran deserves a Canadian flag for the sacrifice and for the service that they provided for this country. Our allegiance is to our home, and every veteran should have the honor of carrying a symbol of this allegiance. At such a divisive time, it's never been more important to show our national pride with our emblems that represent our shared history of belonging. I'll pass it over to my colleague.
François Dufour from Shefford. I support our predecessors allowed us to enjoy our freedoms and liberty. So we owe respect to our forces, and what better way to demonstrate that respect than with the Canadian flag. Our soldiers were enlisted under the flag.
10 seconds.
They served the flag, they earned the flag. Vive le Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. And can I have a speaker in favor, please? 30 seconds. Speaker in favor.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Martin. I'm a veteran. My brother and I served the country for over 40 years. We had deployments in Afghanistan, Bosnia, and Iraq back in 1990s. To all veterans that serve, most of us have a condition. There's a lot of us that do not. Some of us have pensions, some of us do not. Some of us were recognized, some of us did not. So it is important, I think, for most of us to get a recognition from the government. Please say yes. It should be anonymous.
Thank you. And any speaker opposed, please? 30 seconds. Any speaker opposed?
My name is Paul Fredenberg, Lieutenant Colonel retired, Canadian Army, Milton East, Halton Hills South. While this is a very well-meaning recommendation, I urge you to say no. And the reason is the presentation of flags is already part of the Departure with Dignity process that was established by Peter MacKay under the Harper government. The flags are available to every member upon retirement without exception. So it's already being done.
Thank you. Another speaker opposed, 30 seconds.
Chris Battleluck, Edmonton Northwest. I will say this, while it may seem like a nice gesture, we're already doing it. And if we're going to pass something to support our veterans, they deserve so much more than a flag. They deserve better pensions, they deserve better health care, and they deserve some kind of bonus to help them into their next career or their retirement. This is just a seemingly token gesture for a policy book. We should come back next time and do something more significant for them. Thank you.
5 seconds. Thank you. A rebuttal from the proposer? Or someone speaking on behalf of the proposer? You have 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. I recognize what the no people were saying. Not every veterans did get recognized. We did serve, I agree. We served because we want to, not because we needed to. But we all deserve to be recognized when we left the armed forces. Some of us did not recognize. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Can I have the doors closed, please? Doors closed. And we have everybody seated. And I can call the vote. What's that?
We're working on getting that up there. Thank you.
You're missing a policy?
The policy was not on the screen.
Okay. We should be on, we are on 965.
We're on the,
There we go.
There we go. Thank you. All right. Thank you, folks. I think we're squared away. Everybody be seated. All those in favor, show your cards. Folks, a reminder, you've got to be in front of the center aisle divide when you're seated. Make sure you're seated in front of the center aisle divide. Okay? They look like they... Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Put your card down and count it. Please put your cards down. You've been counted. They're just bringing back the tallies now. Yep. Put your cards down as they're counted, please. All right. Good? No? All right. Okay, we got the no? Yeah. So can we call it? It's a no.
Sorry, can we have everyone that's
calling the no
voting
vote.
for the no vote? Can you put your
Yes.
cards up, please?
Sorry, my apologies.
Or visually they'll look and go.
actually over here is better.
That's funny that the two CBSA officers look at the
You like this? Yeah, good. Oh yeah, I'm getting told. Hi. I'm good. How are you?
And this one is not. It's going to come from. But you just put that.
Thank you for your patience, folks. Our volunteers are working hard to make these tallies, and I really appreciate their efforts. We're moving on to the second submission, which is 1440. It's entry applications, permits, and landing fees. Can I please have the proposer to the mic?
No, 144 is not. Permits and landing fees? No.
No. 1 minute. Proposer.
Yes, but it's not for. No, it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. Hi,
Okay.
I'm Kathy Lempert, and I'm president of EDA of Mount Royal in Quebec. So our proposal, as mentioned in our policy, a student visa is a privilege and not a right. And like every privilege granted by a democratic society, it comes with conditions, including respecting our laws and the safety of others. When that line is crossed from lawful expression into the incitement of hate or violence, Canada has the authority and the obligation to act. I want to be clear that this is not about suppressing speech we disagree with. Canada protects free expression, controversial and unpopular views. But no democracy protects calls for violence or the deliberate promotion of hatred that puts people at risk. History and events have recently taught us what happens when incitement is ignored. Allowing non-citizens to advocate violence while remaining...
Time. Thank you.
Oh.
All right. Speaker in favor, 30 seconds, please.
Okay.
Speaker in favor, 30 seconds. To the mic.
Yeah, it's my turn, right? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Hollander. I'm a lawyer from the riding of Mount Royal. For years now, I've worked directly with students and families dealing with the long-term consequences of harassment, intimidation, disruption, and institutional failure to act. My perspective that I'm offering is firsthand, and the data that I've collected in doing what I'm doing is long-term. In a case of the Superior Court of Quebec, Zorshinsky versus SPHR Concordia, 2024 QCCS 3646, I'm being very specific, Justice Daniel Urbis of the Superior Court of Quebec describes reviewing videos of the behavior that this measure targets, both with and without sound, to separate the messaging from the conduct. What concerned the court in that case wasn't speech, it was masked individuals blocking common areas in universities surrounding lone students.
Overtime. Sorry.
Obstructing access and creating...
What did he give him a 15-minute overtime?
Thank you.
Now, can we have a opposed speaker, 30 seconds?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I be granted 15 seconds in addition?
No. Opposed?
All right.
30 seconds.
I'm David Rapantini. I'm from Chateauguay. I'm a CBSA officer for 20 years on the field. The problem with this proposition, and it pains me to say, is that it's engaging in violent crime. In Canada, everyone is deemed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So by this definition, just the fact of being accused would be able to expose someone, which could lead to everything but due process. CBSA already have, the immigration law already exposed anyone convicted of
5 seconds.
crime. So this proposition would violate constitutional right of anyone in Canada.
Thank you. 30 seconds for an opposer.
Bruce Yearwood, Langley Township, Fraser Heights. So if you believe in the due process part of this proposal, this is already the law, and if anything, this is a regression in what the law is. If a person is convicted of most criminal offenses in the criminal code, and they go through due process, they will be deported. To say that we're only going to deport for certain very serious crimes, that's less than what's happening now. Please vote no against this. Good sentiment, but poorly formulated.
Time. Thank you. We have the rebuttal of the proposer for 30 seconds.
The rebuttal? Yes, that's me. Neil Oberman from Mount Royal. Listen carefully. This is not about politics, it's about policy. For 2.5 years, I've been taking injunctions protecting students at Concordia, McGill. If you want your family to be safe, if you want your children to have a future, this policy is the way to go. A yes vote is a yes for Canada, a yes for the youth, and a no to hate. Pierre Poilievre supports the students. It's up to you today. Support this proposition. Support the future of students.
Time. Thank you. All right. Can we call the vote and shut the doors at the back, please? Make sure everyone's seated and seated in the front. And scrutineers, get out there. For all those in favor, please hold up your signs and wait to be counted. Once you're counted in your area, please put your cards down. Thank you, folks. Can I have the vote for against, please? Raise your cards. Watch for the scrutineers. And when you're counted, please put down your cards. see if we can. All right, thank you. Thank you, folks. We're moving on to the next submission, which is 1453, Fiscal Transparency, Write-Offs, and Debt Forgiveness Transparency. Can I have the proposer to the mic, please, for 1 minute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. J. Gamma, Edmonton Gateway. The purpose behind this proposal is simple. The Canadian government routinely writes off huge amounts of debt owed to it by organizations, non-governmental, foreign governments, and all sorts of different groups. That reached a record of more than $18 billion in 2024. We, as the Canadian taxpayer, have a right to know how our money is being spent, and this policy seeks to improve the existing laws around transparency and disclosure such that the taxpayer has an idea of who is having this debt forgiven to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have another speaker in favor for 30 seconds?
Adam Chambers, Ontario delegate and proud MP for Simcoe North. I have a bill that will do most of this exactly, that may become law, will be voted on in just a couple months. If the CRA can harass every regular Canadian for $100, the public deserves to know which corporations are having tens of millions of dollars waived. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a speaker opposed? 30 seconds. Speaker opposed? No one there? No? Okay. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay. No opposed. Okay. I'm not going to call the vote because there's no one. Well, I'm calling the vote now. Yep. Call the vote. Scrutineers. Close the room in the back. Everyone seated. Calling the vote. Yes. Can you make sure you're closing the doors in the back, please? As you're getting counted, please put your cards down.
And just a reminder, as we have some more people coming in, please sit in front of the center aisle if you are a voting delegate. If you want your vote to count, you have to be seated and in front of the center aisle. And so if you are a voting delegate, please just move up. We have plenty of seats up here. We just ask that everyone be in front of the center aisle in order to facilitate counting. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. Keeping everybody organized here. Thank you. Thank you. Can I call the no vote? Those against, please raise your cards. Please raise your cards.
thank you everybody for your patience. As you can imagine, in a room this size, trying to make sure that it's right, it takes a little bit of time to get the counts and make sure that everything gets tallied. And we will be releasing all the information and the counts at the end, as we said, and the top 10 will be going forward.
Thank you. Let's move on to submission 989, Heritage Principles Protecting and Preserving Our History. Can I have a proposer to the mic, please?
This is not C4. Why did we skip 4?
No, 1477.
Oh, 1477? Sorry? Yes, sorry. 1447, Immigration Principles, Flexible Limits on Socially Successful Population Growth. Make sure we have that up on the screen. Can I have a proposer to the mic for 1 minute?
It's the Halifax EDA. Do we have anyone speaking in favor of this?
Have a proposer, please.
The Halifax EDA, our proposer just stepped out of the room because he wasn't feeling well. So can we move this one down the agenda a couple of beats?
Your proposer is not here.
He was here a minute ago. He just stepped out because he wasn't feeling well. He literally left the room a minute ago.
Okay, that will be bounced down to the last one, just so you're aware. I will do that for that proposer in this submission. Can we advance then to the next submission, to 989, Heritage Principles Protecting and Preserving Our History? I must have been having telepathy knowing he was not well. So can we have a proposer for that submission?
Debbie DeBruin, Thunder Bay, Superior North. In recent years, monuments, statues, buildings, and other infrastructure that recognize people or events that have played an important role in Canada's development have been removed or renamed, some even vandalized or destroyed, because actions and events of the past have been found offensive when judged by today's standards. Many of those who had a profound impact on Canada's development from the early days to more recently were not perfect, but if it were not for them, Canada would not be the country that we all love and cherish. It's important that we recognize the contributions of those who built and shaped our great country into what it is today, with an awareness of the context of that time. As societal norms evolve, we can learn from our history rather than disregard, disrespect, or erase it.
Thank you very much. Can we have someone in favor for 30 seconds?
Hello, awesome. Okay, Delegate Chad Savard, Sudbury. So many events in our country's history will make us uncomfortable, but history is fact-based. As a historian and teacher, I can tell you about the endless consequences of when nations erase their history, or worse, when the people forget. Se souvenir est un concept fondamental à notre identité, comme le dit la devise québécoise, je me souviens. Our historical persons and events offer valuable teaching moments to learn from our history, good and bad. Let's remember.
Thank you. An opposer for 30 seconds, please, at the mic. No one there? No opposers? Going once, going twice, 3 times. I'm going to call the vote. Scrutineers, can we have the doors closed, please? Make sure people are sitting down to vote. All those in favor? Thank you for putting your cards down as you get voted, please. Thank you, folks. Can I have all those against? Please raise your voting cards, please, for the scrutineers. All those voting against? Thank you very much, folks. Let's move on to our next submission, which is 1186, property rights, private property rights. Can I have someone at the mic for a proposer for 1 minute? Someone at the mic, please.
My name is Gordon Skolnick. I'm with Columbia Kootenay Southern Rockies. This is a topic that's definitely near and dear to my heart. It's common said that buying a house is the largest investment that most people ever make. Now, can you imagine years of hard work, saving diligently, finally purchasing your own home, then having someone come along and take the rights away to your land? Private property rights are a cornerstone of Canadian freedoms and prosperity. Canadians must be protected from situations where an individual, group, or organization can unilaterally control decisions over someone else's property. Title holders should have the right to apply for permits, rezone, or repurpose their property without fear of having their rights arbitrarily taken away by some organizations for personal gain. Simply said, we need to protect our private property rights.
10 seconds.
It needs to be added to policy and then added to the Constitution. Safeguarding private property rights ensures fairness, prevents abuse of authority for personal or corporate gain, and strengthens confidence in Canada's legal and democratic processes.
Thank you. 30 seconds for someone in favor, please.
My name is Danielle Bjarnason. I'm 20, coming from Columbia Kootenay, Southern Rocky riding in BC. The West was built by those who came in the pursuit of freedom, opportunity, and private property. Today, these cornerstones of Western civilization are being threatened. If liberty of principle, person, and possession are subject to the whims of political climate, and if favor and advantage are assigned based on a changing definition of superiority, it shows 1, we have not learned from our past, 2, we are content with inequality, and 3, we're ignoring the division it's causing in our citizens.
Thank you. An opposer for 30 seconds. Opposer. Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Can we call the vote? Make sure the doors are shut and people are seated. In front of the center aisle, please, again. Shut the doors. And all those in favor, please hold up your cards. As you're being counted, please put down your cards.
And just another reminder, any voting delegate, if you wish to vote, please be seated in front of the center aisle. So in this front section, I know everyone wants to sit at the far back, and that's so cool, and that's where the cool kids sit. But at conservative conventions, the cool kids actually sit at the front. So we're just inviting any voting delegate to come and move up so that your vote can be counted. Thank you.
Can I call for the no vote? Those against, please hold up your cards. And the scrutineers will be out to count your vote. No votes, please put them up, please, if you have any. Thank you very much, folks. Moving on to the next submission, which is 1087, Parliament, the Courts, and the Charter, Judicial Accountability. Can I have a proposer to the mic? 1 minute.
Hey everyone, Nate Hudson from Dufferin-Caledon here. So Conservatives have always stood for accountability in every institution that wields power over Canadians. Today, one branch exercises enormous authority with virtually no oversight, the judiciary. Federally appointed judges serve effectively for life. They can strike down laws or reshape policy without ever again facing democratic scrutiny. Too often, courts move from interpreting law into legislating from the bench, shifting sovereignty away from Parliament and, by extension, the people. Since the Glorious Revolution of 1688, the English constitutional tradition has rested on the principle of parliamentary supremacy, that no body, however noble, should sit beyond its reach. Our proposal restores balance. It supports the parliamentary review of judicial appointments and renewable fixed terms to keep judges accountable
10
while
seconds,
respecting
please.
judicial independence. As the Law Commission of Canada recently stated, public institutions do not work unless they are reviewed and accountable. This policy reaffirms
Time.
democracy.
Time. Thank you. Do we have a 30-second of those in favor? Speaker in favor? 30-second. No? Do we have anyone opposed? 30 seconds.
Thank you. Nathaniel Saad, Lac St. Louis. Right off the bat, the notwithstanding clause actually does reaffirm the principle of parliamentary supremacy, and anyone in the legal world knows that a fundamental tenet of judicial independence is the fact that a judge's employment cannot be dependent and they cannot be beholden to the legislature. We already have a shortage of judges. This would create opportunities to filibuster, or if you want to remove an already sitting judge, we would stray way too close to the American model where judges are elected. It would worsen the shortage we have. The spirit of this policy is good, but it's just not practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Another opposed? 30 seconds.
Chris Battleluck, Edmonton Northwest. I'm a lawyer, and I can tell you process is not going to fix what's wrong with the judiciary. What's wrong with the judiciary is we need a conservative prime minister, and then he needs to listen to Brian Mulroney's advice. And only when we have run out of living, breathing conservative lawyers should he then appoint a liberal lawyer as a judge. That is the only way to fix the judiciary.
Thank you. And anybody speaking for the proposer in rebuttal? 30 seconds.
The notwithstanding clause only applies to things that basically violate the charter, in their opinion. It doesn't take care of the rest of the institution and other asinine rulings. Tenure does not have to have a fixed constitutional length. It can be for life, a fixed term, or a specific adjudicative role, so long as removal during it is for cause and not arbitrary. Just as conservatives support Senate reform as an aspirational improvement to our institutions, this proposal modernizes judicial accountability.
Time. Thank you. All right, can we have the doors shut, please? I see most are seated. Doors shut, please. At the back, please. I can see the doors are still open. Can you shut the doors, please? Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, folks. We're moving on to the next submission. No, sorry, my apologies. Didn't want to disenfranchise you. Can I call for the no vote, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. Moving on to the next submission, which is 1260, Defending Canada from Foreign Interference. Can I have a proposer at the mic for 1 minute?
Henry Chan from Saskatoon South. The reason why we put this in is because what we have in the current policy is a little bit vague. We want some concrete teeth in terms of protecting Canada against foreign interference. This amendment, which is just one line, one sentence, gives some concrete measures to attack how we tackle foreign interference. And we want to make sure that if we're in government, that we actually do what we say. So that's why we put it forward. And it's about making sure we have secure nominations. It's about making sure that the foreign agent registry, which is kind of like a lobbyist registry, is implemented and being enforced. So we know where these agents are. It's about tackling transnational repression so that foreign regimes cannot
10 seconds, please.
Cannot give this terror to people on Canadian soil. Fundamentally, it's about rights and freedoms in our democratic
Time, please. Thank you. Can I have someone for 30 seconds in favor? Speaker.
Josh, Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. The facts that are known are foreign states have attempted to influence elections and nomination contests and community organizations. 2, there are real threats, and these threats target vulnerabilities, not specific parties. MPs and candidates from all major parties have been affected. Protecting democracy requires cross-party cooperation. Canada has taken steps, but implementation has been slow. A Conservative government should take steps.
Time. Thank you. Speakers opposed? Speakers opposed? Going once? Going twice? Done? Okay. Doors closed, please. Thank you, scrutineers. All those in favor, hold up your signs.
And just a bit of a reminder, the microphones in the room are really sensitive, and so we just ask that people going up to the presentation mics, either the yes or no mic, try not to touch them because that can damage the hearing of our interpreters. And so we're just asking, they're super sensitive. It doesn't matter how tall or short you are, so thanks.
Okay, folks, all those against, please raise your cards. Against? Scrutineers? Thank you very much, folks. Next submission is 1023, Fiscal Transparency, Respecting the Taxpayers' Money. Can I have a proposer to the mic, please, for 1 minute?
Corey Scott of Peterborough. As conservatives, we believe taxpayers deserve to know that every dollar the government spends is used for its intended purpose. Policy number 1023 is about protecting that principle. Federal grants exist to deliver real programs and services for Canadians. When organizations are allowed to divert those funds towards legal fees or political activities, it undermines accountability and erodes public trust. Canadians expect their money to support outcomes, not advocacy or litigation. This policy draws a clear and reasonable line. It ensures federal funding is used for the programs Parliament approved, nothing more, nothing less. By setting that boundary, we strengthen transparency, safeguard public finances, and reinforce confidence on how public dollars are managed. Number 1023 is practical, responsible, and firmly aligned with conservative values. It respects taxpayers, improves oversight, and ensures government supports delivers measurable benefits to Canadians. Vote yes and help us set a higher standard for fiscal accountability.
Thank you. 30 seconds for someone in favor.
This policy is incredibly important. My name is Michael Baird. I'm the Member of Parliament for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Every time the government takes a dollar out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians and gives it to an organization who then thinks it's appropriate to spend that money to pay out survivors of sexual assault, like we saw in the Hockey Canada scandal. It's an absolute atrocity.
5 seconds, please.
We need to protect Canadians' tax dollars, and we need to support this policy.
Thank you, Michael. Can we have someone opposed at the mic?
Yeah, Chris Battleluck, Edmonton Northwest. This policy basically assumes that the organization's only source of funding is the government or the federal government. If there are more than one sources of funding, this is completely unenforceable. As long as they have two sources of revenue, you'll never be able to determine whether or not the money you gave as the government was used to pay for advocacy or any kind of lawsuit or anything else, because they'll just say, no, we spent that money on something else and
5 seconds,
our
please.
other source of revenue to pay for the lawsuit or advocacy. It's a complete waste of time.
Another speaker opposed? Anyone else opposed? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you. Can we have the doors closed at the back, please? Rebuttal, sorry. Rebuttal. 4 in favor for the proposer. 30 seconds. Please.
As a First Nations and Métis woman, some of you may recognize me for being outspoken on Indigenous affairs and accountability. I'm not afraid to say what needs to be said, but advocacy means nothing if government refuses to act. My advocacy led to a permanent ban and legal threats from an organization that claims self-government while receiving federal taxpayer dollars. Myself and others are living proof of what happens when public funds are used on fancy lawyers to shield themselves from accountability. In a democratic country, this must stop and government must act.
5 seconds. Name in writing, please. Name in writing. Oh.
Jennifer Laywetz, Prince Albert.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. That's it. Okay. Doors are closed. People, please be seated. Be seated. All right. All those in favor? Scrutineers? Well, that's really good. Yeah. We'll have to put all the numbers aside. Thank you, folks. calling the no vote, please.
I just want to take a minute to thank our amazing volunteers. We have some amazing volunteers going around counting. So just a big thanks to all of the people who are here giving up their day to make sure that our process goes as smoothly as possible. And it's just wonderful to have such wonderful volunteers.
So our next submission is 1190, Defending Canada from Foreign Interference, Reclaiming and Defending Canadian Sovereignty. Can I have the proposer to the mic for 1 minute, please?
Virginia Batiste, Yorkton, Melville. You'll own nothing, you'll be happy. You'll eat much less meat. Meat will be an occasional treat, not as a staple, for the good of the environment. Western values will have been tested to the breaking point. These are quotes directly from the World Economic Forum video for predictions on life by 2030. Does this sound like something we as Canadians want to be involved in? Mark Carney was in China just a few weeks ago talking about how a partnership with China primes us well to be part of the new world order. We must take a stand now and show Canadians where the Conservative Party stands. The Canadian dream is not dead. We want our children to own their own homes, have natural, nutritious food to eat, including lots of healthy meat and protein. We want them to raise their children with these same
10
values
seconds, please.
that has always made Canada a great country who live in, like it was before the 2015 election. We cannot allow the WEF or WHO to dictate.
Time, please. Thank you. 30 seconds for the proposer, please, to the mic. In favor?
Thank you, everyone. Edward Freeze, Yorkton, Melville. This is a very important policy that we have to pass. We cannot allow foreign governments or unelected bureaucrats to dictate our policy in Canada. We have bright, amazing Canadians here with amazing ideas, and we can come up with our own policies, our own medical policies, our own economic policies. We don't have to be beholden to foreign bureaucrats that don't have any interest in Canada.
Thank you. Those opposed, to the mic. Anyone opposed? 30 seconds.
Withdrawing from international cooperation weakens Canada, not strengthens it. Sovereignty does not mean isolation. Working with trusted global partners like WHO helps Canada protect its people during global health threats that do not stop our borders. Walking away reduces our influence, limits access to critical data, and leaves Canadians more vulnerable in future crises. True sovereignty is having a strong voice at the table, defending our values while cooperating
5 seconds.
responsibility for the safety, health, and security of Canadians. Thank you.
Can you have ma'am, can I have your name and writing, please?
This is Gurita Liwal from Edmonton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else opposed? 30 seconds.
Reese Yearwood, Langley Township, Fraser Heights. I just want to say that I agree with some of the sentiment. There probably are some organizations that we should be withdrawing from, but this is ridiculously overbroad. There's lots of international bodies that are still of great value. Like, just think of civil aviation. Are we going to withdraw from all the pacts on that? Licensing of pilots. This policy should be rejected. It just goes way too far. Thank you.
Thank you. Doors closed, please.
Okay.
Thank you, scrutineers. Oh, sorry. Proposer rebuttal, sorry. I'm getting a little ahead of myself now.
So the fact is that if we sign on to the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization, we lose our sovereignty as Canadians to make our own decisions in our own country. And we need to maintain our right to make our decisions about these issues. It's not a matter of being at the table. It's a matter of maintaining our right to our own decision making.
Thank you. Everyone seated? Scrutineers? All those in favor? Please put your signs down once you've been counted. Thank you. And all those against? No votes? The mic's not working?
How about this? Can you hear me?
Nope. Can you hear me now? No votes up?
No votes!
No votes?
Yeah, we can't, the mics aren't working, so any no vote, please put your card up.
For the scrutineer, okay? And once it's been counted, please put it down for the scrutineers. Okay, folks, we got another mic. It's working. We'll carry on. All right.
Jessica, there's mics here.
This mic's working? No? Nope. Just turn it on. How's that? Okay, we got it. We got another mic. I'm going to sit with my colleague here. Okay, no vote? Done?
Oh, yeah.
Moving to the next submission. That is 1190, Defending Canada from Foreign Interference, Reclaiming and Defend. Oh, sorry.
1554.
1554, sorry, my apologies. You can see it up on the screen. Closing critical national security gaps in Canada's immigration system. All right. Can we have someone at the mic for the proposition?
Daniel Boltinsky from Thornhill. Our immigration system has gone from setting the global standard to being a byword for failed policy. Refugee claimants travel to and from the countries which they claim persecution. Criminals evade and avoid deportation by taking advantage of systemic laxity. The CBSA lacks sufficient staffing and cannot locate foreigners convicted on Canadian soil of crimes. Band-aid solutions will not stop the systemic erosion of structural erosion of the last 10 years. We need meaningful legislative and procedural reforms. In Thornhill, we have felt the security costs of liberal immigration failures firsthand. While our policy touches on economic concerns, our main goal is keeping Canadians safe. Long-term security is the foundation for a compassionate system
5 seconds,
and the bedrock of good governance.
Thank you. Thank you. 30 seconds for in favor.
Peter McLaurin from Thornhill. As proud Conservatives and proud Canadians, we have a legacy of helping those who need our compassion. But this does not mean a wide open door at our borders. Let's strengthen the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Let's provide a robust, rules-based framework to guide CBSA and partner agency, CBSA professionals. Let's support principled immigration.
5 seconds, please. Thank you. Those opposed, speaking on opposition? Anybody? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you. All right, doors closed, please. Please be seated. Scrutineers, doors closed, please. And scrutineers, and please, those in favor.
All right, let's see. Oh, cool, this works again. This is awesome. We have the best tech guys. Can we give a round of applause for our tech guys?
They got a backup plan for everything.
Like, that would not have been like that if we were in the House of Commons.
There you go. Yep. Thank you, folks. Can I have those all opposed? No votes? No votes? Put up your cards, please.
And just as a reminder, we want people in front. Any voting delegate needs to be sitting in front of the center aisle. So come up close. There's lots of seats up here. There's lots of seats over here. And in your seat and seated in order to help our counters with their counting. So your vote will not be counted if you are sitting behind the center aisle. And I see some MPs sitting behind the center aisle. So please move up if you want your vote to be counted. And make sure you're seated before the vote call is started so that your vote can be counted.
Thank you, folks. We're moving to the next submission, which is 1181, Sound Financial Management, Dollar for Dollar Law. And if I can have the proposer at the mic for 1 minute.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Jordan Jones, and I'm the president of the Portage Lisgar EDA. Our policy before you is a modification on an existing policy, and it's intended to ensure sound financial management of our tax dollars and to provide taxpayer protection of runaway government spending. Every time government reaches into the pocket of the taxpayer, the dollar must be spent in the most efficient way. As we have seen through the rapid money-printing monetary policy of the current and prior Liberal governments, when governments spend in excess of what they take in, inflation is the result. As our leader regularly says, when you have more dollars but the same amount of goods, the consumer's purchasing power is decreased. The single mother working 3 jobs to raise her children is required to run a balanced household budget, and we should expect the same of our federal government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone in favor for 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Brandon Leslie, Member of Parliament for Portage Lisgar. This is an important piece. We're all going to remember this specific policy from the last election campaign. Our grassroots supporters in this room and across the country appreciate it. As a relatively new member of Parliament, I have had the opportunity to see up close the wasteful government spending. It's one thing just to say that we need to find a dollar. When you see how much waste happens in Ottawa and across the federal government, it makes even more sense. This is common sense.
5 seconds, please.
Let's make it happen with this policy today.
Thank you for the honourable member. Moving on to those opposed at the mic.
Chris Battleluck, Edmonton Northwest. And as much as I'm loath to disagree with my parents' MP, I will direct everyone to the Bible in this instance, where it says, for every time there is a season, for everything there is a season, and for every purpose there is a time. Right now we are so deeply in debt, this is a meaningless gesture. This would not get us any further out of debt than we currently are. We need to reduce our spending by huge measures more than we are increasing spending, not dollar for dollar.
5 seconds,
We'd be
please.
treading water. This is useless.
Thank you. Another opposed? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you. Back to the proposer.
Well, of course, we have to start somewhere. Yes, we acknowledge that we're approaching $1.2 trillion in debt, but if we don't rein that in today and soon, then it absolutely becomes unsustainable in the long term. So we absolutely have to start today. Please vote for this policy. We have put emergency powers in place to allow for things like increased defense spending and other elements so that we are able to
5 seconds, please.
work with this within government. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. All right. Doors closed, please. People please seated. And scrutineers. All those in favor?
And just to our tech team, our amazing tech team, this time both screens were up in English, and so could we make sure to have it up in English and French, please? This one isn't.
Thank you, folks. Can I have the no vote? Please raise your voting cards. Thank you very much, folks. The next submission, 994, Compassionate and Secure Asylum Processing Policy. Can I have the proposer to the mic for 1 minute, please?
My name is Caroline. I'm from Peterborough Riding, and I'm an immigrant from Central Africa. So this policy will house asylum claimants in secure reception facilities during full processing, completing all security screenings, identify verification, criminal checks, and full immigration medical exams before release into our communities. For genuine refugees, it provides a safe, controlled environment with accommodation, medical care, and legal support. For public safety, it identifies and removes fake claimants within a 30-day timeline. It's cost-effective to repurpose vacant taxpayer-owned sites like closed military bases, which already have barracks and infrastructure. Minor reactivation is much less expensive than hotels costing hundreds per night and reduces unnecessary health programs for those who are not eligible. Economically, it creates hundreds of good-paying Canadian jobs in healthcare, security, and much more, prioritizing Canadians and legitimate refugees. This practical solution saves money, strengthens our borders, and treats claimants with compassion
10 seconds, please.
while putting Canada first. Vote yes!
Thank you. And I have 30 seconds for someone in favor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Ferreri, the former Member of Parliament for Peterborough. Very proud of my Peterborough folks here. This is a great policy. You know what we need? We need to close loopholes. Criminals are using our current system to get out of being deported. That's the reality of this. What Caroline has come up with and what this policy is to ensure that there is compassionate intervention, to ensure that they are fully checked, that if they are a criminal, if they are not here fraudulently, if they are a genuine asylum claimant, that we take the right precautions within 30 days so that we can either keep them or deport them. This is a common sense bill. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Michelle. Opposed at the mic?
Michelle Badalek, Edmonton Northwest. I'm sorry, but this is not strict enough, and all I see here is money, money, and more money. I'm not sure about most of you, but if I had to guess, you two are sick and tired of giving out resources, time, and money to non-citizens who keep flooding our borders. Let's take that compassion and steer it toward actual Canadian citizens. It's about time we put ourselves first.
5 seconds, please.
Vote this down.
Second speaker to oppose.
David de Repentigny, Châteauguay, Jardin de Pierreville. I suggest that we oppose this policy because it goes against the agreement we signed, the Refugee Convention. And also, you cannot limit someone to make a refugee claim at the port of entry because you would require that person to exit Canada in order to present its demand. It makes no sense. The problem we have with the Immigration Act is the abuse. The policy 54 address already these things. This policy is not sustainable in the rule of law.
5 seconds, please.
I suggest that you refuse this policy.
Thank you. Back over to the proposer, please, for 30 seconds.
I want to rebuttal that because it's actually not money being spent. You're already using resources to ensure that they are not fraudulent or they are not criminal. This is just closing the loophole for fraudulent asylum claimants to ensure that they are safe and that we are using compassionate measures to keep them in Canada. It's closing a loophole that they are taking advantage of.
Thank you. Close the doors, please. All those voting, please sitting. Close the doors. Thank you. Scrutineers, all those in favor? Calling the no vote, please. Raise your cards. Scrutineers.
Not as good as you are.
Alors, si les systèmes d'écoute, de traduction ne fonctionnent pas, je suggère que tout le monde va à la porte où ils sont, trouver le casque d'écoute et échanger pour un nouveau, parce que le système fonctionne, c'est juste certaines des écouteurs ne fonctionnent pas. Alors, juste aller pour leur échanger. Merci.
Okay, thank you. So the next resolution is submission 1406, division of powers. Can I have the proposer to the mic, please, for 1 minute?
Hello, everyone. Landon McKiernan, Battle River Crowfoot. I think that we can all agree that right now, Canada needs less government, not more. That means reducing bureaucracy and making government work for Canadians in an efficient manner. That means separating our powers the way the Constitution intended by giving Alberta, BC, and everywhere else coast to coast the powers that it was mandated that our provincial conservative governments are currently fighting for. There's no reason for a Pierre Poilievre government, with all of the issues that they need to tackle, to focus on provincial jurisdiction as well. This is done through provincial opt-outs and advocating for legislative measures that allow everyone in every level of government to focus on the problems that are truly affecting them. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds to someone in favor.
Damien Couric, former MP and delegate from Battle River Crowfoot. One of the fundamental tenets of our party is respect for the diversity of provinces that exist across our nation. From our founding, where it was a compromise struck between the French and the English, to the differences that exist between Atlantic provinces and Alberta. The way that we make our federation work is by respecting province and having the federal government get out of the way. This is a practical policy to help make sure that happens and saves money in the process.
Thank you, Battle River Crowfoot. Over to those opposed. Going once, going twice. That's it. Thank you, folks. Back to the proposer.
Okay, I'm Chris Duvar from King's Hants. So this is a noble idea, but it doesn't actually do anything. This would constrain ourselves, but the Liberals will just ignore this. If you make a law, they'll just repeal it. All this does is mean we, as the Conservatives, won't do this, but we're not going to do it, so this is pointless. This doesn't do anything. Not a single thing will change
5 seconds,
by passing
please.
this.
All right.
Oh, is it? I got it. My bad. Oh, well.
I think that was for the no.
Yes, I know. He was just at the wrong mic. So remember, folks, for those opposed, no, on this side of the room, to my right and to your left.
This is the rebuttal.
And for those who are proposing and in favor, to my left on your right, to that mic over there. Back to the proposer for 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. This isn't fluff. This isn't something that the Liberals can just ignore. A conservative commitment to the division of powers constitutionally laid out is a commitment to Canadians from coast to coast to coast with different cultural identities and ideals to give their provincial governments the mandate they were given by the people of your province. Conservatives have enough issues from the lost decade of the Liberals to start focusing in on provincial jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, doors closed, please. Thank you, scrutineers. All those in favor, please hold up your cards. Bring them down when you've been tallied. Can I call the no vote, please? Cards up. Cards up for no vote. Thank you, folks. If we can move along now to 15, our submission 1069, empowering the Ethics Commissioner. Can I have the proposer to the mic here for 1 minute?
Stephen Hill, Similkameen, south of Okanagan, West Kootenay. I can hardly say it, I can't spell it, but we flipped it after 25 years of NDP rule. So we're asking for a minor amendment. We have a school teacher that goes into power with $8 million, comes out with $300 million. My investment portfolio did pretty well over 10 years, but I didn't get a 40-bagger. We have a prime minister who's lining up deals in China. We just need to look at what Brookfield's doing in China and who's he working for. Small point. We have an auditor general. We have an ethics commissioner. They have no teeth. We unveil scandal after scandal after scandal. Vote with me.
10 seconds, please.
Give them some teeth, and let's put them in jail. Thank you.
Someone in favor for 30 seconds?
Hi, everyone. I am Helena Conans. I'm the new MP for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, the most beautiful riding in Canada. I'm following up on Stephen's comments there, and I want to thank my board for bringing this forward. We need more teeth with the ethics commissioner. There's not one person in this room who believes that we shouldn't bring trust back to our elected officials. So vote yes on this.
Thank you. Over to those speaking in opposition. Anyone? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you, folks. Can we have the doors shut, please? Back to the proposer, please, for 30 seconds. Proposer for 30 seconds. No? All right. Proposer? No? Okay. Going to call the vote. Scrutineers, all those in favor? Folks, can I call for the no vote? Please raise your cards. Scrutineers?
Short-term labor, there's support helps businesses stay during the
Thank you, folks. Moving on to the next submission, which is 1129 up on your screen, Immigration by Temporary Workers, End the Temporary Foreigner Workers Program and International Mobility Program. Proposer to the mic, please, for 1 minute.
Chris Battleluck, Edmonton Northwest. In Canada right now, we face a crisis, and this crisis is multifold. We have a crisis that's economic and with respect to cost of living, where the costs of living for everyone in this country have been going up over and over and over again, year after year. And at the same time, the government has brought in more and more immigrants so that we have young people who are looking to get their foot into the job market and to find that first job and start their career can't find jobs. And at the same time, we have the elderly who in their retirement are finding themselves with less money than ever, also don't have the same ability for an employment. Only 3 days ago, I was sitting in a restaurant watching a senior citizen come in looking for work because he needed money to keep himself fed and a roof over his head. We have a situation where we need to make sure that this country is working for its own citizens. We have to put Canada first. We have to look after our own citizens and do away with the overly generous immigration policies the Liberals have brought in, which don't benefit the citizens of our own country, but only a small minority of business owners, and bring these programs back to what they were originally designed for, which was for temporary seasonal work like picking fruit.
Time.
But it's now been expanded for...
Thank you. 30 seconds for someone in favor.
Michelle Badalek, Edmonton Northwest. A country that values work should not run a system that rewards cheap labor over fair pay. The temporary foreign worker program has expanded beyond temporary and beyond shortage, and it has become a pressure valve that holds wages down while communities struggle with housing and services. That is not pro-worker, and it is not sustainable. End this program and put the priority back where it belongs. Better wages, better conditions, and training people
Time,
that
please.
are already here.
Time, please. Thank you. For those opposed, 30 seconds.
Neil Campbell, Calgary Shepherd. We have a secondary proposal and two from this, and we think that we agree with what they're saying, but we don't say scrap it, we say fix it, because there are some really good things that are happening. It helps to fit short-term labor, skilled labor, provides income opportunities for foreigners. But some of the bad things is that we need to prohibit the use of this for low-skilled positions and high unemployment regions, because the unemployment in our youth today is up to 17% in certain regions. So we
Thank you.
against
Time. Another 30 seconds for opposition.
Bruce Yearwood, Langley Township, Fraser Heights. Again, I understand the sentiment here, but this basically proposes to get rid of skilled immigration in Canada. These were good programs under the Harper government. The Liberals have absolutely decimated them and morphed them into something that they were never intended to be. All we need to do is go back, like, this is how we're getting doctors, this is how we're getting nurses, this is how we're getting engineers, this is how we're getting very skilled people to come to this country. That's what we want.
Okay. Second opposition.
Yeah, my name's Gary Giles. I'm from West Kootenays, and I used to be a farmer many years ago. And though I hear what you're saying concerning the giving jobs to Canadians, I found that quite often when I needed labor, it was hard to find people to work because it was in some cases almost belittling or beneath them. And so when you need, as a person farming agriculture, when you need somebody there, and you need somebody there that's willing to work. So for that reason, I think
Thank you, sir.
We need to consider.
Back to the proposer for 30 seconds.
I yield my rebuttal to this young conservative who wants to speak.
Hello, Noah Baldwin, Halifax West. And I would just like to atone to my experience as a youth. It is an essential element of a young man or woman's life to have a first job. However, as the national average for youth unemployment has soared to over 14%, it has become nearly impossible for myself and for my peers to find entry-level work. For the sake of youth in this nation, we must scrap this program to put Canadian jobs back in the hands of Canadian workers.
Thank you. All right, can we have the doors shut, please? All right, scrutineers, all those in favor? Can I have a call for the no vote? Please raise your cards.
I need better insoles. Mike?
Thank you. Next submission is 1185, Forest Management Strategy Policy. Proposer at the mic for 1 minute.
Jackson Ochar, Calgary, Nose Hill. There's no question that wildfires have been disruptive across our country, whether it's the destruction of homes, poor air quality, or the threat to cherished natural spaces. While the Liberals want to politicize this issue and promote climate hysteria that offers no solutions, we Conservatives can offer a proactive vision that seeks to remedy this issue through creating a framework for a national forest management strategy. The strategy can ensure that our country is prepared for forest fires through a cohesive plan that features best practice mitigation methods and with coordination from industry, Indigenous peoples, and provinces and territories. The cost of fighting fires is billions of dollars annually, and it must be addressed urgently as this issue continues to get worse. It's important to recognize that many forest fires in Canada are human-caused, but it's equally important to acknowledge that measures can and should be taken to prevent forest fires altogether. I hope we can get your support for this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to one in favor. 30 seconds.
Dane Lloyd, Member of Parliament for Parkland and Shadow Minister for Emergency Preparedness. Forest fires are becoming a more significant public policy issue with the devastation of Jasper National Park in 2024, which was under federal jurisdiction. It's clear that we need a robust forest fire management plan. There's clearly a role for the federal government to address disasters within national parks and the territories through the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, and the Canada Interagency Forest Firefighting Center. There are currently no mentions of disaster, flood, or fire in our policy manual.
Thank you.
We need something in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dane. Moving over to the opposers. Anybody speaking on behalf of opposition to the submission? Anybody? No? Going once, going twice. Okay, moving along, back to the proposer for 30 seconds.
Welcome to Alberta, where Jasper National Park burnt down last year, and it was because there was no plan for controlled burns, no plan to prevent arson, and that put massive property loss, lives at risk, as well as our first responder. My name is Michelle Rempel-Garner. I'm the Member of Parliament for Calgary Nose Hill, and only you can prevent forest fires.
Thank you, Michelle. Can we have the doors, please? Doors, please. People sitting? All right. Scrutineers, all those in favor?
His tail only wags to the right.
Can I call the no vote? Those opposing, please raise your cards.
Guys, we're just going to ask, we can hear lots of conversation at the back of the room. We're just wondering if people can just be a little bit quieter. It makes it easier for our counters who are doing such a spectacular job. They're volunteers, and that would be much appreciated. Any conversations can happen outside once the doors reopen. And I'll take this opportunity to tell everybody, look out to your right, my left, this spectacular view from this amazing convention center of beautiful Calgary.
Isn't it beautiful, folks? Beautiful Calgary. Folks, the next submission, 1052, immigration by temporary workers. The proposer at the mic for 1 minute.
Hello, everyone. Scott Tizard from Calgary Shepherd. Yeehaw! Right, replacing one extreme with another extreme does not fix the problem. It simply creates new problems. What we need is balance. You know, I'm here to speak in support of Amendment 152 for temporary foreign workers, which would restore opportunities for Canadian youth and underemployed workers and not abolish a lot of other really good programs. We've got 10 different streams, many of which are essential, including agriculture, high wage, high skill roles, intercompany transfers, cultural exchange programs. It isn't just about one particular person in one particular circumstance. It's a national thing. And we fully recognize that youth are being harmed. We agree with that. But the fix is not to create more problems. The fix is not to replace one extreme with another extreme. You know, we are seeing employers reclassify basic roles as supervisors to access TFWs in low-skill roles. We understand there's abuse of the program, so fix it. We're here to fix it, not abolish it. Our amendment closes loopholes.
Time, please. Thank you. 30 seconds for someone in favor.
Good afternoon. James Dix, Milkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenays. I agree 100%. I actually work issuing certificates for the temporary foreign worker for the province of BC. I have to say that if it weren't for temporary foreign workers, the Okanagan would have no agriculture, would have very little tourism, and rural workers would not have any workers for them. I agree that there should be a lot more restrictions. It does need to be revamped, but we do have the ability to fix it.
Thank you. Over to the opposers.
Hi, Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. The problem, I mean, I agree with the sentiment behind some of this, but the reality is you're creating a vacuum. By banning something, you're basically saying, okay, small businesses, go figure it out. Well, I'm sorry, but that's not really the way we do things around here, I don't think. And also, bans generally sound a little more liberal to me. I'm somebody who believes we should respect the fact that there's a lot of people who are having trouble finding labor, and this is not going to fix it given everything else that's in place. And we have to consider the resolution the way it is right now and context. Vote no.
Thank you. Second opposer.
Kathleen Goff, Bay of Quinte. The reason I pose this policy is because of number 2 up there, examine ways to facilitate the transition of foreign workers from temporary to permanent status. The Liberal government, as of March 2025, actually has a better policy on that because they say to transition only certain temporary foreign workers, skilled, semi-skilled, and those who have good language abilities. So their policy is actually better than point number 2. Point number 2 there is similar to the NDP policy. So
Thank you. Back over to the proposer for 30 seconds.
Neil Campbell, Calgary Shepherd. We're not trying to ban foreign workers. We want to fix it and not scrap it. This policy addresses real labor needs while protecting Canadian workers and community cohesion. It calls for accountability, fairness, and clear limits with temporary foreign worker programs. Immigration must serve Canada's long-term economic and social needs, not exploit workers or undermine wages. This is a balanced, common sense approach. Vote Policy 1052.
Thank you. Yours, please. Scrutineers. People, please, sitting down. All right. All those in favor? Thank you, folks. All those against? No votes? Please hold up your cards. Coming around the clubhouse turn. Thank you, folks. Let's move on to the next submission, which is 936, Aquifer Mapping, Water Resources. At the mic, the proposer for 1 minute.
My name is Emma Howard. I'm 18 years old, and I represent Haliburton Kawartha Lakes. The current water resources policy was written in 2005. It is segmented, regional in scope, and focuses largely on aquifer monitoring. This policy is older than me. This resolution modernizes our approach to water. It broadens policy beyond monitoring alone, expands our voter base, and sets a clear national vision based on principles rather than prescriptions. Today, water is more than an environmental issue. It is a critical economic and strategic resource, as well as a matter of sovereignty. As a Métis youth, I understand that water is our most precious resource. This policy prioritizes clean water for both ecosystems and Canadians, and there's no federal overreach with full respect for provincial jurisdiction. This resolution describes what we as conservatives stand for. Strong economic growth combined with environmentally sustainable...
Thank you. 30 seconds for someone in favor, please.
Thanks. Hi, Karen Spencer from Foothills. I see the water withdrawal licenses in central Alberta all around my small farm and cow-calf operation. Our goal here with this policy is to protect a farmer's rights to our water resources and also to ensure the water we access is clean and plentiful now and for my kids when they run the farm in the future. Please support this policy. It gives us a great foundation for our environmental policy in the party. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to the opposers for 30 seconds.
Hey, Logan Jackstite, Vice President, Medicine Hat, Carson Warner. This policy is anti-farm. This policy is similar to what was defeated on the Flora Convention in Quebec. All agriculture provinces need to pay attention to this. This policy wants to allow the federal government and special interest groups to work collaboratively with local governments. That's code for government overreach. If you want the liberal elites to influence the control over our dugouts, irrigation waterways, water co-ops, and drinking water, then you should vote to support this. This threatens ranches and farms. These are provincial and municipal jurisdictions. Please do not vote for this policy.
Second opposer, please.
Liam O'Brien, Central Newfoundland. Most terrifying sentence in Canada. I'm here from Ottawa to help. I had to wade through about 7 feet worth of mandates and secretariats and divisions and legislation and regulation just to get to the airport in Ottawa. So I don't see why we should be stacking any more on that pile. Please vote against this resolution. There's much better ones that should go forward. We don't need more government. We need less. We need to respect the jurisdictions involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the proposer, please, for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I would counter that. I don't want any more government either. Michelle Frary from Peterborough. And the thing that this is it's sending a message, which is the point of this convention, that we care about our resources. We have the largest freshwater supply in the world, and there is nothing in place to protect it. It also sends a message to all of those liberals who think we're climate deniers that no, actually we give a hoot about the environment and we will protect our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, doors, please. Doors, please. Scrutineers, all those in favor? If I could call the no vote, those opposed, put up your no cards.
Three more to go.
Thank you very much. All right. Next submission is 928, environmental bundled submission. That's sections 75, 76, and 77 of the policy manual. Can I have the proposer for 1 minute, please?
Hi, Chris Powell, North Burnaby Seymour. Policy Bundle 928 supports a clean environment and sustainable fisheries. It supports over $5.4 billion in annual recreational fisheries spanning in more than 43,000 jobs in Canada, in the recreational and commercial sectors. which are critical for national elections. These science-based policies are essential to underpin major projects like pipelines, mines, nuclear power, and are essential for securing Canada's economic future. In the last election, the difference in 8 ridings was between just 0.1 and 2%. Policies like 928 can flip votes, win new voters in key swing ridings, essential to securing a majority Conservative government. Critics say Conservatives have no environmental plan, but 928 ensures we offer the most robust policies of any party. This is essential for sustainable industry and securing a majority government. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds or someone in favor.
Hello, Mitchell Baker, Burnaby North Seymour. As I won't speak so much to the policy about why this is here. This is about bringing other people to this party. This is about bringing NDP and Liberal voters who question whether we have a strong environmental policy. Having this set as a policy will allow us to say in black and white that this is what we're about, and we can't be denied that any further.
Thank you. Over to those opposed for 30 seconds.
Howdy. Hi, I'm Samuel Robson. I'm from Okanagan Lake, West South Kelowna. As a hunter and as a fisher, I think it's important that we have legislation to protect our ecosystems, protect our fisheries, oceans, and lakes. I think this policy is actually harmful because if you look under 77, they're getting rid of our illegal oil dumping policy in terms for fisheries policy. This policy isn't bad, but it's going to be harmful to actually getting green votes, and it's a little ironic, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you. Second speaker opposed. 30 seconds.
Hello, I'm Ashton Racima from Peace River Westlock. Main thing, this thing just screams overreach. It says specifically promote current. We look at that and we ask ourselves, how is it promoting? What extent is it promoting? Is it just saying, hey, you should do this? Or is it going to more or less force them in a way to take different paths? Not to mention, it is getting rid of a lot in the back. And this is
Time, Speaker. Time. Thank you. Back to the proposer for 30 seconds.
Yes, I'm confused by what's wrong with getting rid of illegal dumping and what's wrong with compelling people to behave by reasonable environmental standards. These are climate and environment are hot issues right now. We need some winning policy changes, and these are sound science-based policies that support major projects with universal appeal. I mean, they're really not controversial, and these things are going to be things that are going to be swaying those marginal Green, Liberal, and NDP naysayers.
Time, please. Thank you. Doors, please. Folks who could be sitting. Thank you. Scrutineers. All those in favor? Could I call for the no vote? Please put up your cards. Those opposed?
And just a reminder, the conversation is getting a little bit loud, so for those that are in the back of the room that aren't sitting down ready to vote, if you could take your conversations outside, that'd be awesome.
Thank you very much, folks. Submission 1567, Rules for Diplomatic Recognition of New States. Can I have the proposer for 1 minute, please?
Barbara Ball from Nepean. Diplomatic recognition of a new state is one of the most consequential decisions a government can make. Yet a recent executive decision exposed a procedural gap. Canada has no formal framework governing these weighty decisions. Recognition does not currently require parliamentary debate or approval. This highlights the need for a structural approach that reflects the will of elected representatives and upholds our shared values. In a world of ongoing unrest and shifting borders, these decisions will arise again in coming years. We cannot leave them to the whim of whichever party or leader holds power. This submission proposes a clear, principled standard. No recognition of a new state unless it reflects the will of elected representatives and is coupled with certification that its governing entities are not listed as terrorist organizations under Canadian law. Supporting this policy strengthens our standards of democratic accountability, national security, and commitment to peace and lawful governance. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds to someone in favor.
Hi, Jason Tucker from Ottawa, Vanier. We all know what happened. Hamas, the governing entity in Gaza, launched an invasion of Israel, a Canadian ally, killing over 1,500 people, including a number of Canadians, for which the Liberal government rewarded them with recognition of statehood. It's one thing for President Trump to throw American allies under the bus. It's a very different thing for the Liberal government in Canada to throw Canadian allies under the bus. It's time for Conservatives to do better.
Over to those opposed. 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, Garnet Jenna, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I strongly support our party's position as it relates to the recognition of Palestine. I do want to note, though, that this resolution has broader implications because it doesn't recognize the distinction between recognition of states and recognition of governments. For example, Afghanistan is currently de facto governed by a terrorist organization. This doesn't mean we don't recognize that Afghanistan is a state or that it has a legitimate government, which is the previous government of Afghanistan. There are other places in West Africa where the de facto governing authorities are terrorist organizations.
Thank you,
but
Garnet.
that doesn't mean we cease to recognize.
30 seconds. Sorry. Second opposer.
Hi there, Samuel, based in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I'd like to add, we would all love to see the Liberal government not be able to recognize a state without the support of the House of Commons. But if we had a minority Conservative government, we would not want to have to get the approval of the House of Commons to recognize a state. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the proposer, please, for 30 seconds.
This policy explicitly avoids tying the proposal to any single case. Instead, it uses a recent executive action only as evidence of a pre-existing procedural gap, namely that Canada lacks any formal mandatory parliamentary process for recognizing new states at all. This specific case, we cannot conflate an example illustrating a gap with the actual scope and purpose of the remedy. The policy's text and rationale are deliberately broad, principled, and prospective, not retroactive or case-specific.
All right. Doors, please. Doors, please. Everyone sitting? All right. Scrutineers, all those in favor?
No, she didn't have my phone number. Yes, can I have the no vote? Raise your cards, please.
What was for, anyways?
Thank you, folks. You may recall we had our fourth submission, which was 1447, and the proposer was ill. If that proposer is available, I hope they're feeling okay and can address this submission. 1 minute, please.
Canadian confidence in our immigration system may return to what it once was, with more local considerations of local employment, housing, and other conditions, and a local budget or combined 100% limit on people arriving with conditions through 4 programs: new immigrants, refugees, temporary workers, and international students, and with a local flexibility in the percentage arriving through each of these programs. Perhaps Halifax, with its universities, welcomes relatively more international students. Perhaps Edmonton, with its Ukrainian roots, welcomes relatively more refugees. Perhaps Quebec still welcomes relatively more who have relevant local language skills. Perhaps farming areas, or where needed, welcomes relatively more temporary workers. Perhaps places with many new immigrants welcomes relatively more new immigrants. With flexible local budget or limit on those arriving through programs and conditions based on for what is locally perceived to be socially successful population growth, and with local flexibility,
Time.
Canadian confidence in our
Thank you. Time. 30 seconds in favor. Anybody in favor? No? Anybody opposed?
Yes.
30 seconds, please.
Châteauguay, Les Jardins de Pierreville. CBSA officer, I'm in the riding with the Chemin Exam. I've seen the Chemin Exam crisis. The problem here with this proposition is that if you put illegal immigration in the same basket than the legal immigration, since it's easier to immigrate illegally, the one that immigrates legally will be left with nothing. So we're going to encourage illegal immigration by this proposal because the number of the illegal immigration will surpass the legal immigration. So this proposal is not good. I recommend strongly that you vote no for this proposition.
Thank you. Second opposer.
Chris Badalek, Edmonton Northwest. My objection to this proposal is it's so vague it could mean anything. We're considering what we should do. Do we have a position? Are we in favor? Are we against? We don't know from this resolution. It's so mealy-mouthed and vaguely worded. Mark Carney would be in favor of it.
All right. All right, folks. Order. Back to the proposer for 30 seconds.
The numbers involved are fine to accommodate and work with. With respect to immigration, legal and illegal, I'm reminded that the growth of Calgary recently was in part due to like billboards in Ontario saying, please come. There's a lot of Canadians with the freedom to travel wherever we want. It's only a small other group of people with conditions that we're looking to have a more rational way and make local conditions account for what the decision.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's it. Close the doors, please. Scrutineers, all those in favor? Okay, all those opposed, raise your no cards. Yeah, you can see that. That looks like a no, but we'll record that vote. Okay, folks, that's our final submission for all the submissions today. Right now, we are tallying them together to itemize the top 10 that will go to the plenary tomorrow, and that's by percentage. And if you can bear with us for a few minutes, we'll do that. We'll also give you the absolute vote for the top 10, as well as a percentage and absolute vote for those that didn't make it. So for those want to stick around for that, please stay with us. Also, we have a number of housekeeping matters that I want to share with you. The Champion Ballroom doors will be reopened this evening at approximately 6 p.m. There's a food concession on the 3rd floor just outside these doors, as well as one on the 1st floor. Our evening hosts are Getien Mallet and Sandra Kobian, and they will kick things off, followed by Anna Polyev, introduced by your great leader, Pierre Polyev. So we'll now take a little time to put this vote together and to share that with you. So if you again can bear with us, and looking forward to tonight's events, I'm sure you all are. So just bear with us for a few minutes.
Well, and a reminder that we're back here tonight in this exact room at 6 p.m., but the doors don't open till then. So you can go, grab a bite to eat, then come back, and looking forward to having everyone. And can we give another big round of applause for the spectacular volunteers we have? Not just the volunteers in here, but all throughout. We are so lucky as a conservative movement to have amazing volunteers from coast to coast to coast, whether they're putting up signs, whether they're knocking on doors, making phone calls, encouraging friends and family to get involved. We have some amazing volunteers, and I know most, if not all of you guys in this room are also volunteers, so I want to thank each and every one of you guys, because you've given up a weekend from your family to come be here to make our party stronger. So thank you to everyone that's participated in our democracy and in our democratic process.
Yeah, and I'd like to add I'd like to add my thanks to my colleague here, the great MP for Fort Mac, Layla Goodrich. Thank you, Layla.
Well, and Scott's pretty hard on himself, but he had the hard job. Like, all I had to do was like do check boxes. Like, it was easy. But we have some results.
Great.
You want me to announce them, or you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do it. We'll do in order.
Okay.
So
Just wait a second. I'm gonna put it for you. Okay. So the numbers are here. Percentage
Okay.
are
Okay. So that's
Look.
the first one.
First one, yeah. It's rank first, and then we go up to the
10.
This one is the cutoff, okay? To the
And then
11.
that's the absolute vote.
Yes, that's all.
All right, folks, we have our results. So want to go through each one, the top 10. The first one was submission 1453, 100%, total votes of 629. Number 2 was submission 989, a 98%.
What's the problem?
What's the
It was.
title?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. We'll give you the title.
1453, write-offs and debt forgiveness transparency, Edmonton Gateway.
And then 989, Layla?
$981, heritage principles protecting and preserving our history, Thunder Bay, Superior North.
And that's 98%, with a total vote of 666. And then the next submission is 1554.
Which is closing critical national security gaps in Canada's immigration system, Thornhill.
That's 97% at 575 absolute votes. Next is 1069.
Empowering the Ethics Commissioner, Smilkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
97% for total votes of 494. Next one is 1186.
Private property rights, Columbia, Kootenay, South Rockies.
That's at 96%, or sorry, 95%, or 96% again. No, 95%?
No, 1186.
Is 96%, sorry. And that's a total vote of 666.
Number of the beast.
Okay. The next one is 1260.
Defending Canada from foreign interference, Saskatoon South.
95%. Total vote 643. Next is 1185.
Which is the Forest Management Strategy Policy, Calgary Nose Hill.
That's 95%, with a total vote of 493. And the next submission is 1023, and that's
Which is the Respecting the Taxpayers' Money, Peterborough.
93% at 683. And the next submission is your final of your top. No, one more after that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is 1406.
Division of Powers, Battle River, Crowfoot.
88%, 474. Now we have your final top 10 submissions, 1567. Wait for
Rules
it.
for diplomatic recognition of new states, Nepean.
That's 82%, and that's 458 votes. Now I'm just going to quickly go through the remaining ones from 11 through the rest of it. That's 1567, or 1181, sorry. That's
Dollar for dollar law, Portage Lisgar.
78%, 538 votes. Next one, 1440.
Section 164, New Point, Respect for Canadian Laws, Safety and Security, Mount Royal.
75% at 599 votes. 599 votes. Next submission in order is 994.
Compassionate and Secure Asylum Processing Policy, Peterborough.
72% with 500 votes in favor. Next one is 936 at 68%,
Water Resources, Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
and that had 443 votes. Next one is 928,
Which is the Environmental Bundled Submission from Burnaby, North Seymour.
64% at 382 votes. 1052 is the next one.
Which is Section 163, Immigration by Temporary Workers, Calgary, Shepherd.
60% at 447 votes. Next submission, 965.
Veteran Recognition, Lévis-les-Botinières.
58% at 483 votes. Next submission is 1087.
Judicial Accountability, Dufferin, Caledon.
52%, 647 votes. Next submission in order is 1129.
End the Temporary Foreign Workers Program and international stuff. Edmonton Northwest.
51% at 489 votes. Next submission, 1190.
Reclaiming and Defending Canadian Sovereignty, Yorkton, Melville.
That's 44% with 718 votes. Next one is 1447.
Immigration Principles, Halifax.
That's 14% with 340 votes. Thank you very much, folks. This is very important that we do this process. It all speaks to the grassroots and all of your involvement and support for the party. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our convention director, Vita Brody, as usual, running a great job. Thank you, folks.
And Vita's entire team. Like these ladies are truly like the best in the business. So another big round of applause for the amazing Vita Brody and her spectacular team.
All right. Good job.